Many moons have passed since I left the town of Tristram behind me. Since then I've tried to forget the terrors I beheld beneath the cold earth and the twisted nightmares that have haunted my every waking moment. There's something dark within me now. I can feel it. Ice blast to the past, a bitter killer's mastery class, an orb of ice, a centrifuge recasted the fast, a frozen mass. They shattered into glasses of ash, a chill and blizzard wizards cast, and now I'm gone in a flash. And we don't stop, a Nova proc, a weapon swap, a unique drop. We're tearing through this chaos, listen to our master rap to flock. The last who popped the moment stopped, he's finally free. Not even death can save me from me. Holy bolt, holy shield, holy freeze. I might smite the Lord of Terror unto his knees. I'll set free the beast within just to watch him bleed. Pure concentration, no salvation, just to restore peace and bring order to the world. The desecration from my sword, he start a war. I'll massacre the core foundation of the law. This ain't no soul in search of answers, just a hero with a T. And by the time I finish slaying, there won't be Diablo 3. Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption, Lord of the hate and pain. I instigate a flow so great, eviscerate the syndicate. I decimate, eradicate my foes in turretonic state. They suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction, Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Belial hides inside. He's terrified, mass genocide. My master rhymes identify the stale while they listen as I amplify, specify it's time to die. Bring it back to the master of the track. Travel east to find the beast so I can slay him with my rap. Don't need flails or a sword. Tie my hands behind my back. Like a shot up, I'ma kill him with my lyrical attack. Time to let out my battle cry. I don't find the time to grind a level 9 to 9. Support the party blizzard wizard and that summon god. I stand to tank the flank of dolls, but when I try to fight, my damage lacks. A crepified, I can't attack. I spent my life mastering axes, now I'm damned to cat. Or cries of anguish, they don't care, they want the mana back. Dead dreams of prestige, honor, valor. Now I stand and rap, I go slow. A mental block from years ago, still trapped inside my mind. The fiction highlands all I know. Yet as I hit my blows, my vengeance charges start to grow. Look out, Diablo, this barbarian's about to steal the show. I spit fire, but not the weak like Inferno. Ebotted poison over shots crush from my goblin toes. Line by line, I'm breathing rhymes into red lightning hose. And if you're caught up in this flow, your corpse just might explode. Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption, Lord of the hate and pain. I instigate a flow so great, eviscerate the syndicate. I decimate, eradicate my foes in turretonic state. They suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction, Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Belial hides inside. He's terrified, mass genocide. My master rhymes identify the stale while they listen as I amplify, specify it's time to die. It's a catastrophe, metallic bashing me. Can't throw blows cause I chose my caricature. Tornadoes, dodging mobs like it's an allergy. Pattern wars a product of a master mastery. I pray to D, pray straight blasphemy. I pray to find a glitch or bug to get me past these three. I'll lose my mind if Talik's extra faster, I can't see. Maddox throws it's time to focus, DJ drop that beat. They're afraid of the pain that I ingrain in the brain. Degrade the brave escapades by throwing shade at the name. My rage builds ends, her lame volcanoes burning away. Can't level for a hurricane, chill to the core, can't escape. Soon be no more disengrave statues of gold that'll say you're worthy hero. Now go slay the Lord of destruction today. Source and controls road's fate. Get to the throne to delay your only hope. Take a moment now, ready, set, play. Lord of destruction, Lord of corruption, Lord of the hate and pain. I instigate a flow so great, eviscerate the syndicate. I decimate, eradicate my foes in turretonic state. They suffocate, choke on my name. Lord of seduction, Lord of disruption, Lord of the lies, Belial hides inside. He's terrified, mass genocide. My master rhymes identify the stale while they listen as I amplify, specify it's time to die. They should on assassin invade for res maxima. Waves of fire setting ablaze to trespassing and slaves. And the masses afraid of the traps that lay waste as they cast on the days by mind blasting. Now faced with the past is the phase from the passage. Remind us of mortality, destruction of reality. A moment of silence, please. Beware, foul demons and beasts.
Yo, what is going on, everybody? How's it going? Good to see you all. Oh, I doubt arrow keys can move your llama yet. It's a good idea, though. I mean, we're gonna have more key support and all that stuff. Found a Zod 2 nights ago. Wow. Hey, Enrico. There we go. Let's break some servers. Oh, that's a good... Let's try. Everybody get on 100. No power leveling. The servers were down. Let's see if it's up right now. It is. Exclamation mark. LLAMARPG. Hey, Sippy. We've got newest update out. Should have some nice changes. But hopefully server changes. Okay, there are some P level 1 items in here. In fact, there's a lot of them. Whoa, 11 burn damage. Can you want a duel? Alright, level 12? Oh my god, I'm gonna get murdered. Oh, no. Jesus. Some nasty stuff, my man. Okay. I mean, he can keep trying the melee attacks. Water, lightning, and fire is coming through. Lightning, fire. Let's go here. He's gonna just repeat? Alright. I guess it's gonna work. So we need melee counter to counter both of these, Warren. No, it only counters the first one. Then the second one comes through. That's a bug I noticed. There's 2 melees and melee counter. Oh, I guess you can't see very well. Here you go. Alright, kick, counter, no, GG. I probably forgot canceling the first one after. Yeah. Yeah, so that needs to be fixed. Melee.
This new Diablo 2 mod looks weird.
Little bit. Thank you to Penguin. 796-7. Yeah, it's better with better attack speed.
Hello again, Mr. Llama. Thank you for all your streams. You brought a lot of joy at a very difficult time in my life.
Aww.
Wishing all the best for you and the Llama family.
Thank you. Oh, what's my character? I need to level up a little bit. Oh yeah, I had health pots. I guess I could have used those in the battle, huh? Thank you, Maddie. I'm gonna send you images, Warren, really fast. You can only upload 10 files at a time. Lame. Bugs and potential bugs. Is this a AAA game for 80 bucks? I know it feels like it should be. But no, it is. It is not. This is a indie game for $10. Thank you for sending contextless pics so I have to try and analyze and decipher the problem. Alright, fine. We'll go through them together. Oh, this was just about the miscellaneous. This one is the name of the character and the level are overriding each other. But we probably also need to limit just the name of the character. What's bugged about miscellaneous? Nothing. I thought it was overlaying, but it's fine. Leave that one alone. That one's fine. This one is on top. Like I say, we probably need to limit the number of letters, but people will also spam like www in all capitals, and so we have to make sure it's not interfering with, like, you know, the level there a little bit. Just a small one. In this one, oh boy. Man, I wish I put some notes about this. I think I lost life, but I didn't take any damage, really. And so that was confusing. Oh no, he did a melee attack, but I didn't, there's no melee attack damage from him. Like, it doesn't have anything, even though he did a melee attack. This is, it has PvP in it, but yeah, that's PvP. In this one, I just did all my actions before him, but that's okay. Wait, no, I have 0 life and he has 2 life, but I win. So, server client update. These are resistances. Okay, you know about that one. This one, I won and he has 7 life, so same idea. This one, 13 to 12 cold block. I don't know how it's rolling that, but however you're upgrading power level and rolling, whatever, that is, yeah. Experience is outside of the lines, and that's only gonna get worse. Because this is only 3 digits out of 3 digits. So that's a you thing to figure out. What? Alright, I guess shift all of this over to the left side. Put it over here. So then the experience can have a lot more room. Also, these are not aligned. Okay. This was just all of my actions before he gets any action. But I guess resting is not occurring at the beginning. So that makes sense, but it's probably confusing to people. I fixed this. That's just a dope item. Oh, his damage doesn't make sense here. He did 13 fire and 8 water, whatever, ice, water damage. But his weapon just does water and ice damage. And then 23 fire damage. Oh wait, so this was, the spell was adding fire damage. But why is it twice? Yeah, so I think it's Ember Flash, which adds that fire damage, and it adds 13, but then there's 23 random fire damage that was added on top of it. Yeah. Deaver. You have elemental block and res? Yep. Okay. And that, I believe, is all the bugs. Champion level 3 rock. Nice, got that melee counter. Also, we definitely need to fix this display so the spell rest whatever goes in the blue box. Otherwise, that's just gonna be confusing for people. The music is good, but after 3 hours I would smash it out of the window. So, I mean, yeah, we're, but it goes last in action. No, I think wherever you select it is where it needs to be, right? I mean, we can make rest happen at the front. I don't really care if that makes more sense. Ooh, level 7 cat. Here we go. Are monsters made weaker? I don't believe so. Why does this level 7 cat only have 17 life? Yeah, I mean, we can extend tracks, have tracks do multiple things, etc. I also think Snake and these monsters need to be over top of... Like, I'm over top of this, but the snake is off-center, set to the right. The images need to be fixed. They're all in random spots on the image. Okay. We can do that. Sure. Got it. What a hit. Oh, the art style, thank you. Gotta level up so we can use our godly weapon. It's interesting. Yeah, cats are like such low life. I gotta look in the documents and see if that's... Maybe because they heal. Ooh, those are sick. Yo, look at those cloth boots. Holy cow. Those are godly. Uh-oh, horse time. Should a level 8 horse really only have 20 life? Let me look. This looks good, thank you. Where is horse? Horse. Alright, we'll control that bit. There it is. Alright, horse. Rarity. Life stat. Okay, so it just has 15 life. Where is the modifier on that? Oh my god, Desperia. Am I not currently putting a modifier on life? Oh wait, what? I put it on the champions, but not... Oh, I think I just didn't finish that. Though... Well, how would that work? Okay, hold on. So the horse only has 15 life. But how does the horse have 20 life? Is it because he's wearing something with +5 life? But the cat always had 17 life, and there's no way cat has 17 life. Cat has 12 life here. Does every monster just have 5 additional life? Does something else give life, like strength I'm not thinking about? Alright, let me go find another monster. Alright, Snake has 20 life, which is too high. That's more than Snake actually would have. There's Snake. So Snake has 15. So every monster right now, for some reason, has 5 more life. James. Now, I set the formula for how much life it should have up here in the champions, and I guess I just never pasted it down to the bottom. So now it should be fixed up for... Level 3 spider has 21 life. Alright, let's check out the spider. And he has 16 life. So why does a level 3 spider have 21? I'm guessing he has gear that gives him... Oh wait, no, that's just +5. Yeah, so every monster just has 5 more life than I've listed. No matter what. No, there's no base difficulty of life or anything. Yeah, like why is it always +5? Alright, here's a... Yeah, there's a cat level 9 with... You guessed it, 17 life. So they're not scaling at all. There's a cat level 6 with 17 life. Okay, why is this... Did I just not finish this? It looks unfinished. I could have sworn I came in here and spent time finishing this. Did I do it in my doc? Let me check my docs first.
Move. Baby chick, 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 baby chick. Who is this bald guy that sounds like Mr. Llama Softcore?
Okay.
Baby chick, 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 baby chick. Oh, hey Llama.
Hey.
When can we expect that beta? Will it be before Warren's well-deserved vacation?
Wow.
Baby chick, baby chick, baby chick, baby chick, baby chick.
He's taking a vacation in 3 weeks.
Chick, baby chick.
Okay, so apparently I just did mana. Oh, I did all of the strength, dex, and int. But I never finished these guys. Hey, ay, ay. Oh, that's annoying. Alright, well, Komodo Dragon is 1. This is 1.25. 1.5. One, 1.25. Mermaids can get 1.5. Oh, you guys can't see this. Yeah. Turtle. Yeah, I really... Okay. This makes way more sense. Whew. How to sell items at vendor? You cannot. We should probably have it say, like, I don't want your junk when you try and sell. Though I do think potentially having like at least elite items be sellable, because they're decently rare. Okay. So Rock is gonna be a tanky boy. Gargoyle is gonna be a tanky boy. Oh boy. Robo Bunny should be tanky. Champion Bunny is less tanky. Snow Bunny, less tanky. Syntax is going to be a potential problem here. Why does RoboCat only have one? I guess they're all gonna have. That's fine. Seal can be big. Yeti's gonna be giant. At least. Bears and polar bears. Should be tanky. .25. Okay. Let me know if I make an error in writing. Elephant will also be bigger. 1.5. 1.5. That would have been in there. Okay. Oops. 1.25. Zebra, horse. Horse is probably 1.75. Yeah, he's kind of the tanky guy there. Same with camel. Okay. When you die in cave, you spawn in town with the cave camera still set. Oh, did that not get fixed yet? It's noted down. But should work on most things. Okay. Oh. What formula are you using for endurance right now, Warren? It feels really broken. Need to go fill the response page in now to played more. Agreed. Shark is gonna be tanky. Frog and Toad. Speedo Turtle. Selling items is not possible right now. And I'm not sure I want it to be. Alright, flower, rose. So flower can be here, rose can be also bigger. That can... Weeds are strong and tanky. Spider is mid. Gnome is kind of tanky. Okay. Cool. All right. And then lastly is stamina. Ugh. Problem with stamina is stamina's a mess right now. Often do shops refresh? Currently they do not. All right. You think 100XXX just crashed? I don't know. I'm still able to do stuff. Which cave are you trying to leave? The one in town or? Shoot. Let me try and just reconnect to it. No? Server's still up. Alright, let me go look. Hello? Who are you? You should be standing right there. Are you Warzord? Okay. Are you sure you're on 100 and not on the other server? Why is that black underneath? Okay, I need to add a grass tile there, I guess. Okay. Alright, come back in here. And then let's kick you out after, then try and, yeah. Okay, now try and leave the cave. Thanks, James. Alright. That's weird. I don't know. I really appreciate that. You left cave and got in a fight outside? Yeah, you can fight monsters up on this little area up here. Okay, let's look at stamina. Is this too much? You know what? Let's not do stamina changes yet. Let's just copy all of this down to here. Okay. Now, I don't know why the +5 is happening with life, but at the very least, monsters have their own scaling set in the files. So that's good to know. Ouch, Invoker. Been there a lot. Okay, let me think. Okay, tutorial. Yeah, let's do sword and board Thursday and maybe a little bit of Friday. Let's design. Oh, let me see if I can turn music to 0 and back up after that. Okay. Though it restarts it when you do that. That's interesting. Huh. Okay. So let us, yeah, feel free to hang out on the server, run around, kill stuff, break things, PvP, note more bugs, all that stuff. Right now we're trying to crash the servers. !LLAMARPG. Oh my god, Rag. That's so funny. And Warren, are you okay if I tell people the reason?
Hey,
Because I think it's
MR Llama.
hysterical. Hi, Sideburn. Mwah. How do we raise our health? You should gain life every time you level up. All right, Warren's not here, so we're gonna tell it. So, you know how in Diablo 4, they loaded every single character's stash and everything? And that was like a big reason that they had all these problems and stuff. It's a little like that. So in Llama RPG, this is pretty funny. In Llama RPG, you would, you move around on the server and it stores all of your location data. And then when somebody joins in the server, it tells them where everybody is on the server. So it sends them the location so it can load in and have all the other llamas there. Which totally makes sense, right? Like, we have all these people, we need to see all the llamas and where they're at. However, it stored all of the movements of every single person. So if 500 people got on and moved all over, it sent every single action they ever took on the server and where they moved and their location, shoved it all into a log and sent that to the person joining. And so every time a new person would join the vlog was just getting bigger and bigger as more people moved around, and it stored all of it and then was spamming and being like, for the past 8 hours, here's where every single person has been. Yeah. And so it was just sending this forever log of information until eventually it crashed the server from just sending such a giant log. So, pretty funny overall, I mean, just silly stuff, right? That's just coding 101, man. You just run into dumb errors because you were storing it at one point and then you'd forgotten. Let's go, Violet. So it was pretty funny. Yeah, so the server was eventually just crashing itself from... Yeah, it sounds exactly like the D4 inventory stash bug where they sent every player's data. Every time you loaded it, it had to load everyone's. Will there be a llama statue at the first 100 names to beat hardcore? I mean, that statue's right here, right? Get your name inscribed on the angel. Something like that. Is there? Interesting. That's good to know. Yeah, I mean, I think we're good now that we've removed that. So, the servers have been up for 12 hours maybe? No plans to rent a cathedral in France. Is this look for the game or the placeholder? This is the look for the game, essentially. I don't think your llama is going to be bolded. Kind of makes it look a little out of place compared to everything else. But maybe, I don't know, to separate you from everything else. Is that not a waypoint? This is the waypoint. Good job. You have figured it out. Yes, this will be a waypoint. This game is crap. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, we're in the alpha. You don't gotta like it. Totally fine. I mean, there's a lot to come, and it's not everybody's game for everyone. All right, let's do tutorial. All right, so the combat tutorial. Because I hate tutorials that are dumb, right? Like tutorials that make you go through and learn what WASD is. It's like, hold W to run to the left. And you're like, it's like, good job. Hold, you know, like, or W to run forward. A to hold to go left. I guess I need the tutorial. You know, so like let's do goals. To provide enough information for players to learn the game without over helping and hand holding. Allow for exploration still. Intuitively. Okay, so 100 is the server that we're on right now. Everyone's on 100. So from you guys, because you guys, I know the combat system in and out because I built the combat system. So I want to know from you what is confusing. Attack speed, you say. We have a tutorial NPC right next to where you spawn in town. Either right next to where you spawn in town or the first encounter that you have when you leave town. Or Alpaca Cane maybe will make you fight him. I kind of like that. How to read the center. How do you join this game? Exclamation mark LLAMARPG. Combat log. You said, what do the box colors? Which box colors? Box colors. What is the yellow/gold bar? How does countering work? You got into a fight and had no items. Yeah, you gotta talk to Alpaca Cane in the middle first. General stats. Does enhanced fire boost weapons or spells? Yeah, that's just a server client communication issue, Visgy. He's actually dead, but it just didn't relay that to you. We know that. Blue versus orange. All right, I'll get in combat and I'll see what you mean. It happens to mages that our life is not scaling with our levels. Oh yeah. Box is on side with zeros. How does blocking work? All great questions so far. Do stats on equipped ones do anything or only if you use it that round? Oh yes. Are just passive versus active items. Okay, so let's go into a combat really fast. I need to make that so you can walk above that right there. Well, we're gonna start drawing things out as well. Okay. So. Oh yeah. When I lose an action. Okay, so Ragged said, oh, blue versus orange. Got it. Okay. What's the point of the spell and gear button for the mob? That is to show you spells and gear. Okay, I mean that's good to know. Let me see if that's working or not. Nice. Okay. It is bad in that it's not appearing in a good spot. I mean, I can send this as a thing to Warren, but it is nice that it is working. Gear/bell for monster is overlapped and underlapped and not positioned well. Mohawk for the subs. Yep. So this is showing you everything that you have seen. So it's a way to keep track of the stuff. Third item scene is going off screen. Okay, that's really good to know though. Kick being a spell, there's no unarmed attacks at all, so if you're a mage, you literally can't do anything if you miss the items from Kane. That is correct currently. Mage, I'm gonna give mage a basic attack that they can always have. I'll probably just give kick to everybody, is my thought. Thank you, Punk. Appreciate that. Alright. So, yes. Box colors, blue/orange. And... are the Mage Ranger spells still swapped? Well, let's go look at... shoot. Okay. Yeah, so let's put... we can do that right now. Oops. Mastery zone experience. Fine. Skill description. Okay. Modifier? Do I... okay, we do need to take a look at endurance. Because endurance is not right. Endurance has no calculation. Is endurance implemented? Oh, TL item endurance. Decreases stamina usage from items. Something is funky with all that. Okay. I can't find where. Also, it is way too powerful, I think, right Alright, let me look at what they said. You could even do a your turn, prepare yourself, and have 3 boxes come up front and center for you to choose when starting combat to help signal what you should do. Hide unnecessary item from the player with options to bring it up. And enemy side, minimize combat log and show simplified numbers in main combat area that float away by default. Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of that. It's in item. Stamina cost. Okay. This is definitely wrong. Cat is currently a rock, yes. So we need to figure out why this is wrong. But we can do that after we come up with the tutorial. Alright, so those are all great points. So let me think. How should a tutorial flow? My first thought is this. After talking to Alpaca Kane, he will require you to beat him before letting you go. I think that's solution. And this is your tutorial. What if he beats you? Then he'll make you fight him again. Or we script it so you can't lose. Yeah. I knew something was wrong with this. It's not dividing by 100. So strong. Should we just divide the whole thing by 100? Oh, you like it? Let's see. Where should we put the division by 100? 1 plus V. What is V? Comma P. Gosh dang it. All these. Yeah, you're gonna have to explain how you wrote my formula. Let me see. LLAMARPG Master Doc. Endurance. Endurance equals endurance plus strength divided by 4. Oh, okay. That's for what that is there. How strength affects it. Where did I write the formula? See, I don't think endurance has a formula right now. That'd be funny, Vampire. Alpaca Kane. It's also cute. Okay, so we'll deal with that in a second. So solution here. After talking, you have to beat him and go outside and all of that stuff. I think that's a great first solution. Is strength boosting? Sorry, we gotta figure this out. Alright. Endurance equals endurance plus strength divided by 4. I mean, all of these are. Here is how the stats work. Leech level to master out of percent factor. Oops. All these things affect endurance. Go read all that. That's important. Here, I'll highlight all the pieces you need to know. That's a breakdown of it. How much did you playtest the alpha before uploading it to Steam? A little bit here and there, but we ran into just plenty of issues that were from multiple people overlapping, which was stuff that we needed, you know, to learn there. So it should be endurance plus strength divided by 4 plus times mastery percent okay. Also add since I'm guessing you haven't done these. There's defense, accuracy, evasion, willpower. Also be easy adds. Okay. Perfect. So let's see. Number 1, attack speed. How best to say? Attack speed total equals who goes first in battle. I mean, yeah, that's the basic of it. And then it goes player 1 spell, player 2 spell, player 1 action 1, player 1 action 2, player 2 action 1, player 2 action 2. Yeah, but what is V and P and stuff? Excuse me. Does each item factor in the roll? Total AS. Higher. We carry different weapon shields as only fact. Yeah. Okay, so this is. I guess before we explain this, we need to explain. See, this is good. Active versus passive items. So that's a good point. I don't know why we're doing this in Paint. Should do this in Notepad or something. So I guess Alpaca Cane should describe this before you battle him, maybe? Okay, so Alpaca Cane is going to give you... Here we go. This is how it's going to be. This will be... This is great. Talk to Alpaca Cane to receive items. He will offer you 3 types of melee weapons, 3 types of range weapons, 3 types of magic weapons, 3 types of shields, of maybe chest armor. That's probably good enough. Maybe he offers you one random melee, one random range, one random magic, and you pick 2. Kind of like that. 1 times random range, melee, magic, weapon. Though we do need the values on it to be pretty similar. Otherwise, if you're speedrunning, you just reset until you get like a godly roll. So maybe we make them all like 1 to 5 damage. Two to 5, 3 to 5. Okay. 1 time random white shield. 4 block. Why random? I like the idea of it being like, maybe it's heat, maybe it's ice, maybe it's, you know, whatever damage. Kind of fun. Sorry, Mike. We could also do the same item every time. But I think that's a small one. And then we can make it like 3 defense or something. Something low. He will describe to you the active versus passive items description before you choose. He will also note what each item can be used for. Okay, so he gives you all those and he describes active versus passive items. Yeah, I mean, speedruns will still reroll, but hopefully not as bad. Thank you. Perfect. I need to probably...
Moo.
Thank you, Selgil. Appreciate that. Hope you're having a nice day. And sideburnt from before. Okay, so now this is our start. We need to do this in like a Word doc.
Moo.
Fake Fairytale 05 gifted a tier 1 sub to move _aside _
Just
Kobe.
do it in the master doc.
They have given 2 gift subs in the channel.
Move aside, Kobe. Thank you very much, Fake. You're failing to reconnect to 100 now? Oh, that's good to know. Let's try stomping around up here. Yeah, I think it might have crashed. I think we crashed it. Alright, that's good though. It made it longer than before. That's good to know. Okay, so this is combat. Oh, that's hotkeys. Okay. Centered. Tutorial combat. The idea of this tutorial is to answer the following questions. Let's bring up paint here and maybe we don't need that. 1. What is attack speed? How to read the oh, it's just gonna do that already. Difference between orange and blue actions. It's the yellow bar. How does countering work? What are general item stats? And how do they work? Boxes on sides with zeros. How does blocking work? Passive versus active items. What is 3-3 and why did I lose an action? And what is rest? Perfect. Okay. Upon first entering the game, you are instructed to speak with Alpaca Kane. If you try to leave the world, the town, you will be told you cannot leave yet without talking to Kane. Upon talking to Alpaca Kane, he will give you the lore and then offer you 1x random white melee, range, and magic weapon. 3 to 5 damage. For you to get an item, to get some items. He will first explain that you can do 3 kinds of attacks in the game: melee, range, and magic. Each of these use active items, which are weapons and shields in your active inventory, and only apply while being used in combat. Do they have different base damage values? They have different ranges, but we can force these ranges on them. Melee, range, and magic. Each of these use active items or weapons and shields in your active inventories. Okay. So let's see how he needs to explain this. So first he explains maybe he needs to explain the actions in the game. The actions of combat. So let's go get in a battle. Oops. Alright, so we have attack, counter, spell, defend, item, rest, and escape. You can choose to melee, range, or magic attack, depending on the weapon of your choosing. That is correct, Infernalistic. Can the character screen show the totals of the gear we're wearing? What do you mean by that exactly? Okay. This will this will attack your opponent of damage on the weapon, and any modifiers the weapon has will activated upon a successful attack. Counter. You can counter any melee, range, or magic attack. Once, if, maybe just if, this is used to predict the attack type of an opponent. If a counter is successful, the opponent's attack will fail, and you will get to instead attack them back with your own attack. If you, maybe just say, be careful though, if your opponent counters the attack you countered with, they will hit you back. Oh. Okay. And yeah, let me know how that's sounding. Spell. You can choose one of the spells in your spell book to use. In the fight. The blue action box can only have spells or rest actions. I guess we should describe rest next. Maybe rest should be described above. While the orange boxes can have any action taken. Yeah, it's fun but basic for sure. Defend, okay. Spells will generally cost mana and stamina. Okay, and stamina will be used for let's just say different weapons have different stamina value. Use values, so be sure to... Nah, we'll just leave that later. And that can go under rest. Defend. You can choose a shield to block with during the defend action. I guess we gotta describe damage types. Damage will be done how do we describe this in the simplest form? Using the sub damage types of heat, burn, ice, water, lightning, spark, and venom, acid. That should probably go in its own thing. The amount of damage blocked will cancel out incoming damage received, leaving the remaining amount to be... Of these, ranged attack and counter with range. Do you counter both or just one? Currently just one. I kind of want it to counter both, because otherwise double melee, you know, and stuff just becomes like too strong since you can't double counter. But there needs to be a way that then there's not an infinite loop where I do a melee attack, you counter melee, you do a melee attack, I counter melee, I do a melee attack, you counter melee, I do a, you know, right. Mount to be leaving the remaining amount to be affected by resistances. What would we call that? Leaving the remaining amount to be reduced. Okay. You may use outside items such as potions in battle. Swing things in your favor rather than using these inventory. Yeah. Rest restores your stamina bar to full, allowing you to take 3 actions again in your turn. Whenever your stamina drops to 2/3, you lose 1 action. And whenever it drops to 1/3, you lose both 2 actions until you recover your stamina. Escape attempts to escape the battle. More attempts. If successful, it will end the battle and put you back in the world. These come from your inventory? Well, they come from your active inventory. Yeah, maybe you'll need... It can, okay. Well, we can remove it. And the battle, without you winning or losing, and put you back in the world. How does damage work? There are 4 main types of damage in this game: fire, cold, electric, poison, and 8 subtypes of damage. With each main damage having 2 subtypes. Any damage damage is dealt as subtypes, but is blocked as main types. This means if you attack someone with 4 heat and 6 burn damage, and they block 10 fire damage, they will block all of the incoming damage. Damage is resisted as both main type and subtypes. This means something that, maybe not something, yeah, something that grants plus 10% fire resist will give you 10% heat and 10% burn resist as well. Yes, certified. Resistances are applied at the end of combat, once all damage, maybe at the end of combat. At the end of damage coming through, reducing the amount. After blocking has occurred. Yeah, I mean, first draft is going to be a little wordy. How does damage work? 4 electric block, 4 spark block. That means it blocks 4 lightning and 8 spark. That is correct. Okay. All right. Active versus passive items. In Llama RPG, there are 2 types of items that can be worn. Active items are items that fit into the 8 item slots in the top left of your inventory. These are weapons and shields. You may only carry up to 8 of these into battle, and their effects only go I want to say go into effect, apply when actually used on the turn the items are used in battle. Thus, if you have a sword with plus 10 strength but never attack with it, you will only get 10 strength on the turns you are using that item. Okay. Passive items are all other items that you wear. These include your chest, boots, belt, and necklace. Probably hat as well. Exclamation mark LLAMARPG. Necklace and any other item passively sits on your character's equip slots but is not used in battle. I'll say actively. The effects of these items will always apply. Okay. All right, so attack speed, I guess we didn't discuss yet. The turn order for combat is decided by whoever has the highest total attack speed. This includes all skills, passive items and active items currently being used in battle. Pretty much, Kai. You talk like you want to make a board game instead of a video game. I mean, I do like making board games too. This is just to give people more information if they want it, you know. Turn combat goes in the following order. Fastest
Might
attack.
not be here often, but support in the background will definitely wish list this to support.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Rick. What's the next fastest? Player spell. Then we have attacking player. Action 1 and 2. And turn order. Okay. Turn order will not always play out this though. Let's see. Adjust based on priority actions though. For instance, let's see. Can you give a full list of turn order priority? If you have it somewhere. All blocking. It's in the files. Okay, let's go find it. Combat action? Okay. Okay, so let's move this. If players have the same, a coin will be flipped. On who goes first. Okay. Turn order. Goes as following. Escape. Item usage. Defend actions. Spell actions. Yeah, there'll be a better way to describe this. Counter actions, attack actions. Since the first slot is locked to spell and rest, can't you just counter spell? Countering spells is not a thing. I think item usage should be able to be used second or third. You can. Turn. Actions in combat will generally follow the following order, with the faster player going first for each action type. Okay, and then this is how it goes. So first escapes are attempted, then items get used, then defend actions apply, spell actions, counter actions, attack actions, and rest actions. Defend actions. No, you can only counter magic weapons, not spells. Set blocks. Item usage. I'll just say defend actions, counter actions, prepare for attacks. Okay. All right, that describes a lot. We already described stamina up with the rest. We described how countering works, right? Yeah. Let me cross things off. Attack speed is done. Not that. Difference between box colors is done. What is the yellow bar? How does countering work? Does enhanced fire boost weapons or spells? Okay, we'll have to figure out how we want to do that. Boxes on the side with zeros. Let me see where I talked about resistances. And so can I. Not spells. Attacks from one magic weapons. Not spells. There you go. The numbers, I guess we can have a whole thing dedicated to resistances. How do resistances function? Mage has the advantage there of using spells. Yeah. Thanks, Marty. Outside of battle, you can see your resistances in your character screen. Inside of battle, your resistances are seen on the left side of your screen, and the opponent's resistances are on the right side of the screen. Resistances are calculated after on any damage coming through after blocks have been applied. If you have 30% heat resistance and get hit with 10 heat damage hits you, only 7 will actually deal damage. That is correct, Infernal. The servers are down. I think the second server's up, but I did alert that the first one crashed. Is worth twice as much. We'll give you the main resist. Let's see. Because of this, your sub-resistances will always at least be the value of your main resistance. Subtype. In battle, resistances can apply to subtypes only or main, meaning both subtypes. Correct. In battle, you will only see the resistances of your enemy when you successfully damage them with an item of with a damage. If you deal any the spirit damage that requires a resistance to be used in calculation. Thus, if you attack and deal 10 heat damage to an enemy, you will be able to see their heat resist. I think I was calling it resist actually, and fire resist. But their burn resist would still be hidden, as well as the other types, assuming they had not been discovered before in this battle. Damage is resisted as both to either. Where? Yeah, that sentence doesn't really make much sense, does it? Damage resist can come in the form of main type or subtype. That's probably better. Okay. Boxes on the side. How does blocking work? Passive versus active. 3-3. What is rest? So the last thing is probably just reading the combat log. I mean, this is a lot of reading, which is the one thing, but I guess be verbose now and figure out later how much to actually say. That's TBD. Infernal. Combat. How to read the combat log. Oops. The combat log is a great resource to see the entirety of battle in one place. All right, let me get one really fast. To read the log, look at the turn you wish to evaluate and read it from top to bottom. The action that occurs is in the middle. These won't just be blue blocks, by the way. The damage that is dealt will be on the affected player who is taking damage with a number and a damage type next to it. And any effects that are occurring will be on the affected player as well. Any blocked damage will show up on the player that is blocking the damage with a number and symbol. At the bottom, a total summation will show all of the effects and damage taken by each member of the battle. You can hover over any of these to get a better sense of what? Of these symbols. Yeah, something like that. Okay, this does make me have a question. One second. Oh, is that their spell? Oh, wow. Never mind. This is my understory, not my undertale. Or my overtale. French fries or tater tots? Tough choice. I'm probably more tater tots. I can eat more French fries, but I enjoy the tater tot more in like a small batch. Okay. And I think that you do not sell items. I think that does a pretty good job. So you go in, you talk to Kane. He'll give you the lore and offer you items. Maybe he doesn't explain all the actions, but he offers to explain it. He offers for you to fight him. What about weapon types and increasing weapon skills? Or whatever it is that pops up in chat. Masteries. Yeah. And then give you some items. Okay, he offers a tutorial fight as well as definitions to learn anything desired. Combat actions. So this will give you a list of the combat actions. How does damage work? How do resistances function? Active versus passive items. Sure. How to read the combat log. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. And we can see if that answers people's questions or not. Cool. Tutorial plus sure, missed. Why can't I find you in my... Alright, send me a message on Discord. Control Shift right click. That was weird, I couldn't find it. Oh yeah, that bug. How do crits work? So I have like up here everything with affixes. It's not going to stack and be stupid. So I'll probably put all of this into the game. And this will just be like purely a definition. Right. Just purely what is every affix. Okay. Okay. Thanks, Ledge. I mean, we made a game. What's the difference between fire and heat? They're both damage types. Fire has the ability to burn, though. I thought about, like, giving every sub-damage type its own thing. Like, heat can overheat. Ice can freeze, water can douse, like all that stuff. But then I was like, that's too many effects. So only one of the two can do each of those. Sneak versus stomp is battle frequency. Endless. Is this made with RPG Maker? No. This is made in Godot. RPG Maker is very nice, but it's very simple. And it does not have enough, like, the complexity. I couldn't build enough into it. Can I go around this log? No. Okay. Like, I could not do all of this in RPG Maker with combat. Oh my god, I need to drink a health pot. Alright, let me get some attack speed rolling. Whew. That'll work. Oh, what happened to music? Uh-oh, is the server crashed? RPG Maker's gotten pretty good. Yeah, it's not to say that RPG Maker, like, isn't good at all. It's just... My music just stopped? It's annoying. 0, 10. Oh, wait. I think my headphones died. Not my music stopped. Y'all are like, what are you talking about? I am not a smart man. Ooh, 9 to 12 heat. We did it! We can finally use our nasty scimitar. Sweet. Whew. Ever stream LLAMARPG speedrun? Heck yeah. Is there a story? How much content? There is a story, and there's great content. Right now, obviously, there's more to be done. Oof. What? How did he not die? Spell, melee counter. Oh, I did a melee counter. I am not a smart llama. Those are nice. Oops. I am not a smart llama. Not a ton of content right now because we're still working through the basics here, but we've got some world a little bit, servers, combat, and we're, you know, solving bugs and issues. Okay. Okay, they're ready. Tell us about the lore. We will soon, but for now, we have to join this call.
There's the boy.
Oh, wait, let me... Ob's virtual camera? Is this... No. Hold on, I gotta start virtual camera. There we go. Remember when he taught me how to do that?
Yeah, I did. You're welcome.
Yeah.
All right, there's Pox. Now we're just waiting on Velna, and then I can start cutting everyone in.
Let's go, baby.
How goes the Mr. Llama RPG? I guess we'll talk about that on the
We'll
podcast.
talk about it on the podcast. There's plenty.
We'll save it, I guess, for
plenty to talk about.
We confirmed with Velna, right? She's still coming.
Yeah. I can double check their convo.
And then I'll cut everyone out because it's going to move the cameras around.
Yep. That's what we confirmed the timer.
Can necklaces be dropped? You know, they should be able to, but I don't believe they currently are being dropped. Oh, sorry, I'm not muted. My bad.
How dare you?
I apologize.
The disrespect.
Sorry.
Now we actually officially hate you.
Oh, man. Yeah, I didn't
joking.
see one either, so... Oops. My bad.
You only see Darth and Ghazi on cam. Yep, we're waiting on... I can't cut the rest of the people out until Velna gets here because it's going to move around the cameras, and then I can cut everyone out and put them on screen. Starting in here just a few minutes. We're just waiting on Velna.
Yeah, I bought some from the vendor, but I don't remember.
We give her
myself.
like 5 minutes, and if she doesn't come, then I guess we just go.
We bounce.
Yeah, I think we can do that.
It becomes LLAMARPG time. That's all.
And then it's the interview of the newest, greatest, hippest, most badass ARPG on the market, baby.
JRPG, but yeah.
Which I'm very excited for since I've been on a JRPG trend.
Ooh, I might have to get your thoughts then.
Yeah. Well, because I played Octopath Traveler 1 like a while ago, Octopath
Classic,
Traveler
yeah.
2. They're very, very fun. Then my favorite one I've played through recently is called Crystal Project. Very big fan of Crystal Project.
I've not heard that.
Oh my god, it's one of the first JRPGs I played actually, and it was so good. It's very much built on like your team comp and open world exploration, and not really much of like anything else.
Nice.
What else did I play through? I'm playing through Sea of Stars right now. Pretty fun. Very, very good. Trying to remember some of the other ones I played that I don't remember.
So you're gonna be comparing me to like the top of the top, is what it sounds like. 'Cause those are some.
Well, that's a good comparison.
Those are
right?
some great names right there. If I can be anything close to those, I would be happy.
Mr. Llama getting nervous.
Getting me nervous, you know. I'm like, hey man, just tell me you played some like garbage one that was okay, and you know, something like that.
I mean, you know how picky we RPG players are. We only want the best.
That's true. That's true.
And coming from you, we expect the best. I mean, that's a good thing.
It's a fair point. Fair point.
I already believe it's going to be the best.
Thanks, Charles.
Yeah.
Means a lot.
Okay, I'm just kind of cutting everybody out here. No problem. Just setting the expectations high.
Yeah. I'm here for it.
The alpha will be the full release, is what I'm hearing.
That's what I was told.
Yeah.
Llama literally said that.
I
Word by word quote.
Don't believe I quoted any of that.
What? No.
The Dragon
can't wait
Quest
for the
games
battle
are your guys'
passes.
favorite? Oh yeah. Well, the Llama Pass will be coming later, for you. So.
Perfect, dude. That's the content
Hello.
I'm excited about. Give me loot boxes.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Felna's here.
Yeah, sorry.
Welcome.
I have to switch cameras. My one camera is plugged into a different PC, and I'm like, oh shit.
No problem. Take your time. No rush here. I gotta cut everyone out into the cameras and stuff now. Now that you're in the car, I can get everyone set up anyway, so it's gonna take a minute. There's Pox. Pox is on the screen twice. Twice the Pox, double the fall.
I fell a lot of times in Elden Ring today.
Is Gravity your most deaths so far?
No, Gravity is like a good. It's like 25% of my deaths going through the game mainly.
Most
bad,
of my
actually.
deaths are actually Gravity.
Yeah, like so I actually put a counter for bait deaths. You guys, so like I use the rainbow stones a lot because my chat was like the rainbow stone will tell you if it's safe. So I was like, oh okay.
Oh.
So I'd walk around and I throw a rainbow stone off a ledge, and if it doesn't crack, then it's safe. So I was like,
Really?
oh okay, yeah. So then you
Yeah.
jump off because it
Didn't know
says
that.
it's safe, and then you just slide through the terrain because that doesn't actually exist, and then you just die. So rainbow stones are supposed to they basically tell you if the fall will kill you. It doesn't tell you if there's like an invisible wall or you can't actually stand there. So it's so I had to have a little bait counter.
I didn't realize that.
So
I
how,
did
how
not.
many deaths are you at?
From that
Just-
specifically. Hold on, let me just open my
Yeah,
OBS
let me
to have
see
it
your
all here.
your different.
Are we talking about Elden holes here?
Yeah.
Falling is my #1 source of death.
The PVM is separate from Millennia. Millennia is all just today. I
Jeez.
just got there.
Oh my god.
Okay,
I
so
did
if we can
a
have everyone
Frenzied
here.
Flame guy today. That's a pretty cool fight.
You ready to? You want me to officially start it for your recording, Gazi? Sorry,
Sure.
here. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tavern Talk episode. Let's just call it 69420 because I think we stopped numbering these things like a long time ago. So today we are joined by co-host Gazi, the legend of Hair Pox, Velna, and Mr. Llama, who has a special announcement sometime today when we get into it. Ain't that right, Mr. Llama?
That's right. Big old special one.
So thanks all for coming. And you know what? Today we're going to be talking about a few things. We have Diablo 4 Season 5 PTR just hit, like literally just hit. So not everyone's had the chance to actually play it. I played it a little bit. I can talk about that. Elden Ring's obviously the major kind of hype that everyone's playing. It sounds like, has everyone here played Elden Ring? Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Something.
Yep.
Everyone in Mr. Llama's kind of like, eh.
I'm like,
But
is it
everyone's sort
Diablo
of played-
2? You know? Did you say Diablo 2? I think.
Pretty much the same thing. Pretty much the same
Elden
thing.
2 Resurrected.
There you go. There we go. I'm in on it.
You want to start with what topic you want to start with, boys? You want to talk about Elden Ring, or you want to go straight into the? Because I kind of wanted to ask Mr. Llama some questions. And should we start with the big, exciting feature of the day while I'm pouring the Tavern Talk drink here? Are you ready
What
to
is
unload your
the-
information?
Let's give Llama the floor.
You just want to dive
give
right
Llama
in.
the
You want
floor.
to dive right in on that puppy, huh?
I kind of do. I've been waiting to hear about this. It's been very exciting. Mr. Llama has been working on a project for a long time that has finally seen some air. So why don't you tell
Yeah.
us about it, Mr. Llama?
All right, sure, we'll dive right in. Why not? So yeah, like basically, I mean, I've always wanted to make a game, and when Diablo 4 came out, I was very disappointed at the launch. I say disappointed. I was underwhelmed. I was fine, but I mean, I think we all knew Diablo 4 at launch. It just didn't scratch a lot of our itches, right? I mean, Darth got like 8 months of D4 bad content out of it, so right? Like, I mean, I think we all kind of did. Worked for a bit, yeah. So I thought, I'll just make my own game and at least give it a try. And so I decided I would go down that path and start really designing and getting into all of this. I actually decided on making a turn-based game because I thought for my first game, an ARPG sounds miserably hard. And so like I'm at least going to cut that piece out of it just to be a little bit easier. But also because I had a dream of how this combat was going to go. And so I woke up and I wrote down all of the combat, and it's this like 3-turn combat or 3 actions per turn combat with all this countering and all this stuff, and all of that. So all that to be said, this past weekend we had our first alpha launch real early. All of that.
Congratulations,
Thank you.
by the way. That's awesome, dude.
And
Or the servers.
Oh, the servers were messy. We had the most hilarious thing. So you remember in Diablo 4 how you like have to load every other player's stash and inventory and all that stuff, the like hilarious thing?
Yeah.
We kind of had something like that was crashing our servers. We had a forever log that was logging every single player's movement on the server for the entire history that they were on the server. And then whenever somebody new would get on the server, it would send all of that history to the new person until eventually the files just got so big that it blew everything up and crashed them. So
basically you learn from the best then.
Yeah. So learn from the best. So as soon as we figured it out, I was just like laughing. I was like, man, that's just straight D4 right there. But we've removed that. That's been fixed. And servers are more stable. There's still some stuff we have to figure out. We're going through logs. First public alpha, you run into just the funniest things. Like we have an NPC in the center of town that the first thing you do is go talk to him and he gives you your items. And well, when you have like 400 people that all log on and rush over to him at the same time, they're all stacking on top of each other and on top of him.
Yep.
And then you can't interact with him because there wasn't priority, which we never thought about. And so now you're like only interacting with other players, trying to all interact with him. And then if you're interacting with him or a vendor and somebody interacts with you, then it would lock you in the vendor screen. I mean, again, just all the classic, like as soon as you get a bunch of people in there, it just blows everything up, bugs. But
how many people did you get into how many people were slamming the server at any given time?
I think we had 900 people in total, roughly. I mean, I can look right now.
Yeah.
Which is great for, I mean, an alpha that is 994 people, 6 away from 1,000. That have popped into the alpha, and all at once, I think we had about 300 to 400. But then the servers kept crashing because all the movement data was sending, and we never could get above that because it just kept blowing it up. But yeah, again, pretty great for an early alpha with not a lot of content. There was also a lot of just really good feedback because like once you got past that stuff, the game actually was pretty smooth. It actually worked decently well. Obviously, there's still balance. Obviously, there's still, not a ton of content. There's not all these long quests and things. You just are limited to the first act and stuff. But, like, you get to run around. You get to kill things. You get to see the items and level up and see the skills. And it was everything I could want from, like, the start, We learned some good lessons. We got to fix some servers and issues. And we got to like a lot of people enjoyed what was there already, which is great because alphas just aren't really fun, right? Like the game is not built to be fun yet, and so if people can at least find some fun already in the game, that is a huge win.
When do all of us get access? Like when are you sending out the
Yeah,
streamer name.
yeah. The big streamer sponsors.
Exactly. When do we get our $50 you promised us at the LA meetup?
Hey man,
Yeah.
I'm promising $50. That's what I got for in my budget right now for each of you. So, big money. You know, I think like give it to 1 to 2 more rounds, right? We'll probably have like another alpha round, and then like when we get to like the early beta or even the late alpha-ish, like just when the game gets to a point where it's mildly fun at least. I mean, again, I think it's mildly fun right now, but like there's, you know, 5 to 10 hours of content you guys can at least go through and enjoy. And have a basic story, go through a few of the zones, you know, do a little bit like that. I think that would be like the best time. Because right now, again, it's like it's so early, it doesn't, there's just not enough, right? There's not enough content. We just have to get more content out.
So for the people that might watch this on Ghazi's VOD later, the game's name is LLAMARPG. It's currently in alpha. You can still wishlist it for the full release, I'm assuming, on Steam, or you can just get access to it now. And is it free to play, or what's the price when on full release? Do you have that information available too? And then let's roll into some PoE 2 talk since we're all there.
Yeah. So it's LLAMARPG. Farm to Fable is the like full name title. So if you see that, that's the one. It is currently free. Just when the alpha's up, I'll probably take it down soon, but you know, maybe someone pops in and it's still there. But you can wishlist it, all that for free. The game will be $9.99 when it comes out. I think it's worth way more than that, but you know, I'm trying to keep it pretty cheap. And it's not like a pay to win model. There's no, you're not going to be able to buy skins in it. There's no llama pass, none of that stuff. Like the idea behind it is to kind of go back to like older monetization model where you're not being hammered for money and not, you know, I don't want there to be kind of that piece. So the monetization will be you buy the game and then you play the game, and then probably like feature like donate for feature almost, right? So there'll be like places where you can go, or like one place in the game where you can go and essentially be like, hey, I want you to start working on the llama trading card game, and you know, I'll put up like 5,000 or 10,000 euro goal, whatever it is, on that, and then you know, you can go in and like donate to that feature, and so then when that gets reached, okay, that feature will be the next thing I work on and implement. So probably something like that, but I really am trying to avoid anything that's going to take you out of the game in a way. That's something that I feel is really annoying to me in a lot of games nowadays, is there's a constant like push to buy, you know, somewhere.
So it's a hard no on the llama pass?
Llama pass is a no unless there's some non-monetized, just fun, silly way we implement it. Or, you know, it might be in like a joke quest or something, because, you know, games are supposed to be games and fun and silly, so we may just find some dumb way to implement it in some way like that. But yeah, sorry, you're not going to be able to pay like, you know, whatever, $30 to get some experience
To be a
potions or
llama?
anything. You are a llama. You are a llama.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah.
That's so good. That's already great.
Yeah. So
We'll leave
Okay,
a link
$30
to the game.
for a hat.
hats are findable. You can't buy them. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I know. I'm
All right.
ruining everything for you. I know.
Yeah, we'll leave a link
Can
for
I
the game in
trade?
the descriptions.
Can I trade a player for a hat?
Can you trade a player?
Yeah, like if they find a hat, could I buy their hat?
Hats are the only thing that you cannot trade in the game. They're like, hats are like achievements.
God.
Hats are like
He
achievements.
made that up on the spot.
Everything else
You know,
is tradable in the
believe
game,
it.
but hats are achievements that
believe
cannot
it.
be traded. All right, let's move on to PoE 2. Let's go. Link in the description below. Let's go to PoE 2. Darth, Gazzy,
All right,
take us away.
and I'll check my PayPal, make sure Mr. Llama sent in the payment for that giant 1 hour show,
Yeah.
Mr. Llama
All right,
RPG.
cool.
Yeah, I'll send you
And
$10.
so now, Path of Exile is the one thread that sort of ties us all together, because Pox is obviously the RF god. By the way, rip to Pox, and did you see the interview we did?
I got a clip from someone. Yeah, they said GGG just really hates Pox, and then I watched it, and isn't it them just basically saying it's going to be different?
I think his exact words were, "We want to purposely make sure that Pox has to redo his entire goddamn website." I think those were
I heard
technically
those words.
his words. But yes, he said it was going to be different. They didn't like the way it functioned or something like that.
I don't like it either. Great. Fantastic. I think its identity is weird. It gives spell multi, but it doesn't scale itself. It's in a strange spot.
I was sitting in the winner's booth whilst I heard that, playing my Necromancer. So.
Yeah, Ghazi's the one that made out the best.
The Spectres, my god, the change, it's crazy.
Oh, they're beautiful. I was like, that is one of the coolest implementations of like summoning I've seen, is permanent specters that you can force into your like rotation. Is it gonna be too good? Maybe. Seems really strong, doesn't it?
I mean, at ExileCon last time, they announced that this Pokemon system, right? You collect them and then you can summon them.
Right.
So that was announced prior, but they kept talking about how to make minion builds more active. And I'm like sitting there in the crowd being like, how on earth are they going to make that more active? Like, now they're super active till we get the trigger weapons, and now we take away a lot of the work to make it smoother, PoE1 related, right? Yeah. But the way they did it was so good. Like, you feel like you're actually actively playing, and the minions actually looks fantastic. So I was very happy with it, clearly. But you guys, did any of you guys play the Necromancer?
No.
I haven't played any PoE 2 yet. I think I'm the only person who hasn't here.
Oh, that's just, yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of bummed that you weren't at the event, my dude. I wanted to meet you in person.
Yeah. I was gonna go, and then things came up, and then it is what it is.
Life got in the way.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I don't know if they're doing another one, but if they're gonna do another one, you think you're gonna go if you can?
Probably, yeah.
Nice. They're fun, man.
We probably, definitely. Come on.
We'll go definitely. Honestly, we'll go definitely.
I love to hear that, because I know that they still have a couple classes left, right? The Marauder, the Druid. Well, the Druid was playable at Gamescom. Last time, not last time, but the previous time, right?
Was it?
Yeah, we weren't able to play it, and we didn't even think about it.
No, so we had ExileCon, and then like 3 months after, they did I don't know, Gamescom or PAX or something, where they allowed people to play the Druid, and then we haven't been able to since then.
Yeah,
I think
maybe it was shit.
Yeah, because we only saw very small clips of Druid, and that was really it.
Yeah.
Playing it.
The clips look
cool, though.
Yeah,
I was really hoping to play it this time around, but they gave us the monk instead, and they slap. They're a slapper.
The goddamn bell.
The bell, man.
Bell at all. Cool. I'm the only non-bell user out of all the monks. I feel I use the frozen lotus or locust. I don't know, one of them, and I don't know, the lightning spell together, and I was smashing. It was so good.
Got a bell,
Forget the bell. The bell is old.
No, bell is life, man. You just go pop the bell down, and then you and your buddy just slam the bell really fast. It was brokenly good.
If you put down that frozen lotus, it backs you up. The enemy hits it, and they freeze themselves, and you're just like, yeah.
It does pretty good damage too.
Yeah, it does really good damage. So you put it down, it backs you up, and then it also gives you enough time to go back into a combo as well as they're hitting them. It's like, it feels really smooth. Forget the bell.
What do you guys think about the fact that we can only have one of each support gem? Because that was the thing that caught me sort of the most off guard when we were doing the second play test. I was like, I thought I was just being stupid. I'm sitting here, I'm like, why can I not? Like, I'm like hitting the button, and it just gave me like a random error. It didn't say like you can only have one. It just was like error or whatever. Yeah. And I was like, why the fuck can I not like make another support gem?
Links, or like how does that work exactly?
So how it would work is if you had, like, let's say you made an added lightning damage support gem. Okay? You can have one of them, and you can put it on one skill. If I have a second lightning skill and I want added lightning damage, I can't put it there. I have to choose which of the support go. You can only have one of each gem. So
and it was
Okay.
not
that was
intuitive.
was not.
No, they was not well explained by the game.
Do you think
At
that's
the
like a
time.
core thing now, or is it just for
It
the
is.
playtest?
It is.
It's
a
on
core
purpose. It is, yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
yeah, because that makes sense. So they don't want you to commit to just because you have like compared to current PoE, if you're playing a fire build, they don't want you to just use all the best fire supports on X amount of skills. They want to create like I'll give you an example. With my current build with Righteous Fire, it's a fire build that scales spell, but RF is not scaled off spell, so I can use spell supports on Fire Trap and then stick to like Fire Multi on RF. Not that it would work really exactly like that, but I think that's what they're trying to create is allow different types of play styles.
So what
Yeah,
I
that's-
like about it is like they have so many support chimps in PvE1, and a large majority of them are completely.
And you just
discarded.
use the
They're
same
in-
5 over on every single item, and
like
That's true.
One of the minion builds I really like is the Zoomancer, where we have quite a few different minions, and they're all supposed to deal damage. And the result of that is they all use the exact same support gems. There's nothing interesting happening. It's just the same support gems. There, I'm done. That's the most damage. I don't even look at the cool mechanics or combos and whatnot, which is like what PoE 2 is bringing. So I know some people were voicing their concern, saying that that was bad. I like the idea that they're introducing this because it increases build diversity. Because now you might have, it doesn't work that well, but let's say you have a tornado shot build and you have something to combo that with frenzy or whatever, some debuff ability. You might want to have GMP on both, but now you have to choose, volley on one, GMP on the other, or maybe chain or fork on one and the other on the other ability. And suddenly the build will play slightly different depending on how you opt to change to adjust those quality of life or side abilities or debuffing and stuff and whatnot. And I like that approach.
Yeah.
Gets more identity to the skills as well that way.
So we ready to use that little headhunter support that nobody touches?
Is that behead?
Yeah, behead. Yeah.
Okay. I actually used it for a small amount of time when I was playing. I was playing a Bone Shatter build, but then I was like, but if I just get a better weapon, then I won't need to behead. I could just kill the mob, and then I skipped the entire stuff. Like, why hit the mob 3 times to trigger behead when I could just hit 2 times and then just move on? Yeah.
Move on.
As long as we go back in the center of like you just want to look at the multiplier and number go up and just pretty much stack it.
No.
There are some interesting support gems that they added that I got to see too. Like one of them that has a 20% chance to keep your charge if you use it, which is just nice. Plus there's stuff on the tree for another 20%, and that's 40% right there. And it's like, can I keep all my charges by the end of this? Maybe. Maybe. So I did like that. And it's going to be weird, but I imagine that it's going to also breed a lot of creativity in builds, right? And I like that. I'm very into that.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think you guys have said it. I thought the change was fantastic once I learned it wasn't a bug and wasn't just a random issue. As soon as that was figured out, I was like, this is so much nicer because, even the I don't have a ton in PoE, but the 1,000 hours I've played or whatever, it's like, man, I know there's so many times I just jam the same support gems on all the items, and I'm like, but then here you're sitting there and you're like, wait a second, do I want GMP on this item or on this? Like which skill do I want it on? And all of a sudden you're thinking and your build completely shifts because one person runs it there, one person runs it the other way. Both have their merits. And, I think they talked about that with the like lightning shot from the Ranger. You could like shoot up and have like multiple lightning strikes come down, or you could shoot and lay the ground with multiple of the poles or whatever, and then strike those and it spreads all around. And so you're kind of deciding, do you want the multi strikes or do you want the more spread on the ground with the different poles? And they create different build styles. And so I'm very excited. I love the innovation that we've seen in these small ways that will have really big effects within the game.
I'm curious if you guys believe that Path of Exile 2 is going to accomplish their goal of being more accessible than Path of Exile 1. We saw things like that you can explain what each different mechanic does. You can just hover right over it. They made the co-op really easy to function between it. It seems like they're trying to grab a much wider demographic than Path of Exile 1 was, for instance, and they're trying to make the barrier to entry a lot lower. Do you think after the testing it, do you think they're actually accomplishing this? Do you think it's going to grab a much wider demographic? Do you think their marketing's enough? I'm kind of curious on your guys' thoughts on that. Let's start with Ghazi, my lovely genius co-host.
Yeah. So I had a friend over today to help me rewire some stuff because I had a small fire in my house.
Oh, nice.
And that's the guy I brought to the event. It sounds worse than it was, but my entire house blacked out. It was scary. No, he was the guy I brought to the event, and he has only finished 2 games. Diablo 1, was it, and Half-Life that he's ever finished. And he's not a gamer, and I brought him over because I wanted to have this complete, fresh, non-gamer play. And he was having a lot of fun, and he was having somewhat of an easy time learning. He refused to use a mace because of the warrior skills. If you required a mace, he wanted to use the axe. The Marauder skills weren't in. So he was basically swinging it. We found a really good axe. He did so much damage with it. But he had a lot of fun, and he understood the game. And he had troubles with the controller. I think all of us had troubles with the controller keybinds at first, at least. But no, he was actually enjoying the game. And that really set the tone for me with how accessible the game is. Because it's very hard for us to play this game as much as we do to put ourselves in the shoes of someone that is that fresh to the game and being introduced to the world of Rayclass. Like, the game is so difficult, so complex, and PoE2 just, it guides you to the point where it provides you with enough information so that the player can make a sound choice for their progression of, both gearing and skill tree, so that you can't really go wrong because you're given the information you needed, even if you're not experienced with it. So I definitely think that they hit the spot with it, with the content we've seen so far, at least. What's your take, Llama?
I think both. I think they're definitely trying to go the Diablo 4 route a little, in that they're, going and, but even adding the co-op and all that, they're trying to really expand and grab this big audience, which is not just the D4 route, but a lot of the more modern ARPGs now are really trying to kind of spread, get the controller support in, get all that. I think in terms of accessibility, I think back to when I played Path of Exile in college, which was the beta, and despite the terrible netcode, it was a lot of fun. And I remember it being a lot simpler, right? As opposed to if you try and jump in now, you're like, what the hell is this, right? Like, you jump in immediately and you're getting all these like shards and things that you have absolutely no clue what to do with forever. And you go through, you play hours in the game and you're like, what am I doing with these things still? I just stash them, I guess. I don't know what they even are meant for. There's a lot of that stuff, right? It's just the accumulation of Path of Exile with 4 seasons a year or whatever, just over and over and over, and everything continuing to stack has been a lot. So PoE2 is a whole reset on all that. They've removed all those pieces, and we're back to that base where it's a lot simpler. Will it remain in that way? Will they build it up into the giant confusing beast over time? Potentially. That's my concern, is that it'll grow into that sort of complexity again. But I do think at the very least they have improved many of the small things, such as like with getting your support gems and getting your skill gems. You get the gem and then you choose what skill you want. And so you get to just pick from that level of skill or lower. The support gems, you get to choose from. It gives you like what support gems would go on each one and kind of recommendations. You can still break these recommendations if you really want and go choose whatever gem you want and do all that stuff. But by providing at least a base recommendation, I think for the average player coming in, that will be super helpful. So they'll be able to be like, oh, okay, added lightning goes on this, this skill, and they just click it and it goes there and it puts it in. And they don't have to look at the giant mess of gems that are just, sitting at the vendor and they're like, does this work with this? And what, there's a lot of that stuff where it's taken away, and you can still access that level by, you know, opening up that menu, but the standard recommendation is built there. So I think they're doing a really good job with that. So I'm very curious to see, but I think it is going to do better, at least at the start, and then we'll see how it builds out. Pox, what you got?
So I haven't actually played PoE 2 yet, but I do have a key piece of information.
Yeah, you've seen
I
stuff.
do remember listening to a podcast with Chris Wilson. I think it was a few years back, and they basically stated that the reason they're not working much on newer player, I don't know if it's necessarily like exact these words or these exact words, but like new player retention, but they explain that so many people, because they have their info, just close out of tutorial and close all tutorials, and they know that X amount of their player base does not even care to do that. So why hire extra people to try to streamline the new player, learning. So I voiced my opinion on that, explained a bunch of stuff. But since this is a blank slate, I'm sure they're going to take a very different approach this go around to try to reel in players from the beginning and at least make part of the beginning, as you know, you were talking about with support gems and etc., make a lot more sense to people so they don't get overwhelmed right away.
Yeah.
What do you think, Val?
Well, I definitely think after playing that they're taking steps in the right direction. Like, first off, when you start off in character creation, there's actually a voice that gives you what the archetype of the character is going to be, which is really nice, right? Like, you're a ranger, you're highly focused in mobility, etc. So people already know, okay, this is what I'm going into. And then they asked for feedback about one thing that we could do to get new players in. And I don't know, it's going to be like the hardest thing for them, but I told them that they need to simplify their language.
Yeah.
Everything in Path of Exile means what it says, but sometimes they're like, this impale hits you 1.5 meters away and it collides with terrain that does this, and you're like, excuse me, just what's happening to me? Right? Like, excuse me, what are you about to do? Is this gonna hurt? I just need to know, does this hurt? Right? Like, that's all I need to know. So if they could just find some way to tone it, because they're already doing a really good job, I felt, they implemented like stun threshold and what that means in a little bar, especially on console. If you can click into more info, and it really breaks it down for you, right? So I'm hoping that if they can keep that up, plus maybe not be so long-winded with everything they want to tell us, then it could be really, really good for new players. Because I gotta tell you, I went into, never played on console or anything. Yeah, I've played Path of Exile. I didn't know really what I was doing with the monk, just throwing points here and there, hoping and it felt good. And I can tell you right now, in Path of Exile 1, you throw points here and there in Act 1, it feels like shit. Okay?
Yeah.
It feels bad.
I'm kind of the opposite on like the long-winded thing, but I think that's like a damage from the 10 years of playing PoE1. Like, I want as much info as possible, so I know exactly what it's gonna do in every single detail. I want to know how many centimeters above 1.4 meters it's gonna hit for. Like, I want it all.
You know how Impale works right now? Like, when you roll your maps, like when I roll my maps, I have no idea how Impale works. I play really tanky builds, but I see Impale and I'm just like, I don't think it causes a problem, but I really don't have any idea. Like, I have all these defensive layers, I know exactly how they work, and I see Impale and I'm just like, I don't know. I know it's physical and it's reflect. I know overwhelm physical means my build doesn't work, so that I'm dead. And I understand added Ellie, but I don't get Impale. So I can meet halfway on this for sure.
Agreed. The only reason I even use Impel is because POB tells me it's a green number up.
Green
so I'm
up. Jesus, the worst gamers here. Green arrow uppers.
Throwing shade on the D4 player base already.
I've been called out.
Just give us green arrow up, GGG.
God, kill me.
they are doing They are doing one thing I thought was pretty nice for the clarity and because I won't read tutorials either. Like I'll freely me. I see it, you know, I'm not like Ghazi where I see this fucking essay. I just think that's a part of my life that I don't want to waste right now, and I just click X and I'm fucking out of there, baby. So and what I liked about it is now they have, you know, a picture is worth 1,000 words. So now they got a video there on most of the scales that show you, okay, the hammer hits him. I can understand that. Like, you know, it has that. So I'm liking the video tutorials a little bit better because then my TikTok brain can at least stay with it a little bit longer than having to read all the things.
Would it help if they had like, you know, some Maze Runner mobile game thingy footage going on in the background?
While somebody reads it to you while you have Maze Runner or something happening.
That might help. I might be more inclined to be like, okay, tell me more about this while I watch whatever that is.
God.
I mean, that's how the brains work, right?
Yeah.
What was
I need entertainment.
What was the best thing or the most fun thing to happen at the event? We can start with you, Val. I'm trying to hype this up so Pox can't say no for the next one.
Oh man. I can't even. Okay, I can't tell you because my event time was wild. I got food poisoning. I threw up in the hallway. It was. I missed the presentation.
You want me to go to these, Ghazi?
Gosh dang it, Val! Don't listen to her.
Only me and one other person got food poisoning.
Don't eat
So it was like something
from the Mexican restaurant that we were
all
eating at.
No, it was from the buffet.
Breakfast.
The breakfast.
It was
buffet.
breakfast.
She had the like potatoes.
I had some chicken hash, and literally right as he started talking about the witch, I had to run out and I threw up on the carpet.
Yeah.
And in my hair and everything.
Don't eat the chicken hash.
Yeah.
Why didn't that make the Path of Exile behind the scenes? I'm sure they had cameras everywhere.
Yeah, it absolutely should have. You know, it was a close call. It was a close call. So, you know, that was very eventful. That was quite the event. Yeah. But overall, like gameplay wise, I don't know. You know what? I'll tell you the number one thing. I got it. I figured it out. It's the adding flash charges to white mobs has made my experience so much better.
Improved a lot.
Oh my god.
No more flask finder builds or well finder builds.
Yeah, well, just trying to find the time. Like, when can I port back? I need this flask. Right? Like, yeah, adding that one change has made the experience like so much smoother. I can't tell you, like, I made Act 2, so that was also very exciting.
Nice.
But yeah, there. What about you, Llama?
I would say the co-op was my favorite part. I sat down and played with Cannon, and we just had a great time. Like, the co-op was just really nice. I thought it was built extremely well. I was very impressed with all the menuing and how I could still do my stuff while he was going around and killing things. And I just, it seemed like a feature that they kind of threw in, but then it worked extremely well. Like, I don't know, maybe it's not, they just threw it in. But it felt like they did a really good job of understanding what makes co-op solid. And I just love that. Like, I miss co-op, man. Those were like the best days, us boomers growing up or whatever we are. And just like sitting there playing co-op with your bud. And like, as much as I like hate like Diablo 3 and stuff, I actually enjoy Diablo 3 co-op on a console. I think it fits really well in that regard. I hate it as like a PC game to like grind on and stuff. But I think console couch co-op, totally different experience. And if you can just have a nice game where you guys are just running around blowing stuff up and laughing, and it's just really great. So we just had a ton of fun playing like that. They had some nifty little like transfer items back and forth between you and your partner features, and just stuff to make the experience a little better. So I think they're doing a really great job with that, and I hope it succeeds well in that regard. And a lot of people do pick it up co-op. I mean, I know a lot of people don't play co-op as much, but maybe this will be a great way people can get their partners into the game as well. Whereas, you know, right now, if I tried to get my partner into Path of Exile, she'd be like, I'm good, thanks. Like,
Yeah.
you know, no, thank you.
So do we need to hear Ghazi's? Because he's going to say it's the minions, right?
The minions, the
I was thinking about
specters.
I was thinking about the event. I was gonna try to get Fox
okay.
hyped up about going.
All right, guys.
We had a lot of drinks, good food.
We did.
I
It
love
is.
meeting up with other streamers. I mean, I got to meet DM again, by the way. Like,
Yeah.
it's very rare that we get to meet each other because we're all like introvert, or maybe not always, but you know, we're always like locked into our own basements. just
Also
sitting there
halfway
every day.
across the world, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Makes
So
it
we
tough.
never see each other, so
Yeah.
it's really fun actually. So I really appreciate that. We've ExileCon a couple of times and doing this a few times now, so it's really nice. What's your take, Mr. DM?
Well, you kind of stole mine. Normally, I go to these things because it's meeting people. Like, I would 100% not go if we were like locked in isolation and had to just like play test the game and record it. Like, there's no shot. Like, I'm going for the free ride, the eat the Mexican food, drink the booze, talk some shit, and meet people. Like, I mean, without that, I'm 100% not going. But that aside, and I got to meet my buddy Jay Giggs, who I've known since Raid Shadow Legends mobile game days. I mean, I'm talking, we came up from the mud together, you know what I mean?
Wow.
So, so I've known him 5 years, and he flew from Australia to be my co-op partner because I asked him, like, will you fly my boy up? And they said yes. So I was like, awesome. But outside of that, honestly, it was getting to meet. I always call him Jonathan Roberts, but it's Rogers. Actually, meeting him in person and talking to him, because we had a chance where we got like a 20-minute separate block of like interviews, and mine was just before his like lunch break or whatever, so he was like just chilling. I didn't record it or whatever. I know some people record this. I just wanted to talk to the man. But it gave me kind of a lot more faith in like the development, to be honest, because you talk to the guy over the podcast and you see the cuts and all that, but like you never really get a read of the guys, at least not on the online. I can't really ever get read of people and I meet them in person. And the meeting him, and like he just blew through his lunch to just chat with me. I just kind of talked some shit about games and stuff. And after getting a chance to meet him, I was like, you know what, this game's gonna be fucking awesome. Like that's how I felt about it after getting a chance to talk to him. Because it's like he's super passionate about the game, and you would ask him about something, and he immediately was like, well, I did it because I had this, and here's like 13 examples as to why like it didn't work in these other games and stuff. And it's like, oh shit, like okay, this guy ain't a front. Like he knows 100% of everything when you ask him any questions. So I was just like, you know what? Fuck yeah. Like, I believe in this dude. I think he's actually going to be making us a banger of a game. So for me, the highlight of the trip was getting to meet the man and being able to feel a lot better about the production side of things. So I'm all in PoE2 hype, baby.
My favorite thing with Jonathan is when you ask him a question he's excited about, and he just starts like speaking faster and faster, and just goes, and he's just just running and pumping and all that, and you're like, feed it to me, let's go, just keep going. It's amazing, and that's like you say, that's what you love to hear from devs. Is someone who is passionate about it and actually and thinks of all the different games they've played and where it worked and where they got the idea and why they're changing it. And yeah, he fits all that. He's great.
So did you guys end up asking him about Endgame?
Yeah.
He told me that they're thinking about making portals like a one-time only. Like you die, and that's it. And I don't know how you guys feel about that, but kind of love it and I kind of hate. I'm there's an extreme part of me that's like, yeah, and there's an extreme part of like, oh god. So
I have a take on that, which is like, okay, so if they make the beginning of the game accessible enough to new players, right, which is what they seem to be doing, then the initial learning experience of those players will carry them through to falling in love with the game enough that by the time they get to the end game to experience this, you're not just blasting new players with you die, you fucking suck, get good. Like they don't immediately go to that Elden Ring, which I guess would be the next conversation. You like that segue there, of style of gameplay. I think because they're making it more accessible to people and they're teaching you the mechanics along the way, they can probably make the end game a little bit more brutal, I would think. But that's just my initial thought.
And they also just did make the game more brutal anyways. Like the game is just harder. It's just a harder game. And it definitely was easier this time around because like some, they changed some things and gave a little bit of buffs in some ways with like, so I forget. They said they didn't buff a lot, but they made a few changes that like helped improve a lot. But the game still is very hard. Like you still will walk out and you're in like the second or third area, and then just like a champion pack jumps on you and you just explode and you're like, wait, what? Yeah. Like how did I die? So there's still plenty of death and all that, and I think that's something I like and something that they're planning to just continue through with Path of Exile 2 all the way, which is the game is still going to be hard, and we're going to just kind of add in these extra harder layers to it and hopefully capture you enough along the way that you fall in love with the game and you're fine with trying over and over again, right? Just like Elden Ring.
Yeah, yeah, just like Elden Ring. I mean, they're focusing all the priority right now is what Jonathan told me when it comes to the game for the early stage, the campaign. They want to make that as good as possible.
Yeah.
So what GDG has done really well from the very start is to have a very centered single painting that they're, doing Bob Ross action on little happy trees and whatnot. And that's the image they want to go for. And then they take progressional steps in the development, increment steps towards that picture till they hit it. And then they paint up a new one. Here's the new one, new goal we're going to go for. And then they take the other steps towards that, right? And I don't think that they have clearly they don't have a set picture for how the end game is going to look yet. It's still in discussions in the theory crafting stage, if you will, as they're fleshing out the early stage of the game. And that's something that's really good, which we've seen seems to be lacking in other games when it comes to the whole painted picture. And maybe the problem could be that you have too many pictures that different groups or different developer teams, if you will, are striving towards, and the game just gets really spread out thin, if you will. And I feel like GDD has done a very good job in maintaining that focus, which is why I think it all just works very well together. So I'm very excited for it. But the one map, the one portal end game, I mean, I think that for us that played Elden Ring now, it's something we're getting used to. Like, we're okay with it now, But before that, I probably would have been more anti the idea of a portal. That's kind of where I'm at.
I'm definitely in between on it. On one side, I like the idea because I don't like 6 portal meta in current PoE. I like 6 portal meta when you're like learning progression, doing a boss fight, doing your first invitation. It's okay that you make mistakes because when it's over, you lost something. I don't like it when it allows you to trivialize content and just sacrifice everything, memorize a moveset, and then get rewarded for it. I get that that's like a thing in the game, and there's totally nothing wrong with it. It's just a personal thing I don't like. On the flip side, I don't want to go into PoE 2, summon an epic boss, walk in, he has like a cinematic, and then I get one shot, and I'm like, well, okay, time to go farm, So that's definitely both ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we'll see how brutal it gets there at the end.
Speaking of one-shots, it's probably a great segue. So everyone here has sort of been playing Elden Ring recently, except Mr. Llama, you've been focusing on your RPG release. So I don't think you played the DLC, and I know Pox has just finished like the normal games on the Millennia. You haven't played the DLC either, but we've all been kind of dipping our toe into the Elden Ring arena, or at least have at some point here. For the people that have been playing, let's start with Ghazi, because you went all the way through. I don't think you're on the last boss yet, but you're in the DLC, and you played all the way through. What was your experience like playing through Elden Ring for the first time?
So I've never touched a Souls-like game. My opinion of it has been very simple. When you look at it, it's like just learn the boss's abilities and then dodge accordingly. That seemed like piss easy to me, and people dying to it were just noobs. And I spent 2 years in that mindset. And now that I'm playing it, I'm like, the delayed attacks is pissing me off so much.
Oh my!
I'm running in the store, and I'm like, no.
You roll, and then you're like, no, don't wait.
Yeah,
Oh
and I'm
my
like,
God.
I'm rolling. I'm out of stamina. Now the attack's coming. What the hell, man? It's been very fun though. I actually have the numbers up. I finished the original game with apparently some question called Rani for the hats in 447 deaths. And I'm on the
Nice.
DLC with so far 323 deaths there. Millennia only took me 54. It was one of the easier fights. Once you
Wow.
learn it. But Mesmer in the DLC is a shit show and a half. Like the DLC fights, most of them are way harder than Millennia in my opinion. Way harder. But it's been very fun. Then again, more than half of my deaths are from gravity. So
Yeah. Yeah.
But I've been having a lot of fun. One shots, yeah. But yeah, it's just about learning it. Once you get into the game, it's hard to not like it. But I think the best part with it is like every game nowadays seems to be forcing in or pushing for this whole open world experience. And it's just backdrop after backdrop after backdrop. In Elden Ring, you look at something. I think you talked about that in a video, DM, didn't you?
Yeah, it's a world,
Yeah.
not a backdrop. Yeah.
You can go there,
Mhm.
and it's like just
Yeah.
exploring. I don't know,
Yeah.
like I've cleared so many areas, and like chat told me, "Oh, you're missing like 50 more caves." I'm like, what? Are you
Mhm.
serious?
Mhm.
So that's been a very, very fun experience, and for my first Souls-like game, it's been a wake-up call for the game actually being hard, but very, very fun so far. Very fun. What's your take so far, Valina, on the game?
Well, I am a longtime Soulsborne enjoyer. I have the only ones I haven't played are the ones for PlayStation, which I couldn't, so no Bloodborne, no Demon Souls for me. So Elden Ring has been the map reminds me of DS1, the DLC at least. The map reminds me of Dark Souls 1. Some of the enemies with their delayed attacks reminds me of Dark Souls 2, same with the jails. There are enemies in there that are from Dark Souls 3. There's so much enjoyable little tidbits that you can get from the world, from the enemies, from the weapons. It's been so good, but I will say this. For the first time in my entire streaming career, I rage quit yesterday.
Wow.
For the first, I never rage ever, but I finally I spent 4 hours on Mesmer. I broke down. I finally used my mimic after that because, you know, if you use a mimic, you're a pussy, obviously, so you can't use a mimic or else everybody knows it.
That is true.
Right? So I finally broke down, used my mimic, killed him in like 2, and then there's some asshole guy that's like right in front of the area, but if you sit down at the fire, he disappears. And after he disappeared, I was like, I'm done. I'm done. I don't give a shit. I'm over this game, over everything. So I'm gonna go back today and it's gonna feel great. But I lost it yesterday. I actually, like, you know what? It's because chat voted for me to use the mimic. So I did, and then they heckled me. And then I was like, fuck you guys.
Classic.
Fuck all this.
Yeah.
You know, it was over. It was the rage was too, my rage was untethered.
If it makes you feel any better, I got so angry with that fight specifically for one reason. I could not see his abilities, so I couldn't learn to dodge. And it pissed me off so much, I started using the mimic, and he still killed me. And then eventually I got it.
Yeah. No, so the first, like, I walked in yesterday, my first 5 attempts, I went in without anything, and I was like, this is going good. I got him to phase 2. You know what? I'm gonna bring along the NPC summon that's in the room. 4 hours later, that was not worth it. That was not worth it in any way. I would have got it within an hour if I just kept doing the same shit I was doing, you know?
Yeah. Did you ever meet Pumbaa?
No?
Pumbaa on steroids. Get back to me once you fought that shitter.
Wait, the golden hippo?
No, that's not Pumbaa. That's a hippo.
Do you mean the guy who's on the boar from DS1? Like there's a rider on top and you get a remembrance? You get a remembrance from him.
It's like after the I don't want to spoil too much. After a keep, there's on the top left corner is an exit. There's Pumbaa on steroids and Timon is riding him and they're mad.
Yeah, no, I killed them. They give you a remembrance. I was there for, it wasn't that bad. And honestly, my Relana, is that her name? Anyways, that kill only took me like 10, 11 tries, but Mesmer, like 4, 5 years, it was bad. It was.
Melania was really fun, but Mesmer.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Box. I also raged today.
Yeah?
First time in a long time, very long time.
Yeah.
I was fighting.
Hi, Fox.
Welcome.
I was fighting Millennia, and I've never struggled in a boss so much before. I'm really stubborn when I play this game, so I prevented any form of backseating. So I'm on Millennia with only +5 charges on my flask, like +5 on it, and I refuse
Jesus
to go do
Christ.
anything. I did not get a heavy whetstone, and I'm playing a big bonk build until Millennia. So I've been basically default auto attacking the whole way through. I have very few weapon ashes. Yeah, there we go. That do anything. Didn't research anything. So just going with the full experience. Most things I've been able to like brute force very well. Millennia, not the case. No, I ended with about 150 total deaths when I finished the final boss. Millennia just alone is 81, and I almost rage quit today. I took a step away, came back, and then I just did it until the podcast. Still not dead, so gotta wake up tomorrow and kill her.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm not doing any summons and no consumables because I'm just lazy. So just, I know the fight. I just the delayed attacks. It's just so tricky to like maneuver my way around. And then when she does that fucking waterfall, I think people call. I don't know what people call it.
Waterfowl, yeah.
Yeah, that I blame my chat for 20 of my deaths because they say you can iframe the whole thing. And then after I tried iframing it, they say you can't iframe it in your current role. You have to get past one part. And then I finally learned, I didn't know this, that two-handers can block. So I just now realized I could just block. So, I mean, she heals a lot, but now I can just block the first part and then dodge roll the other two. And then she only, does a little bit of damage to me. So, yep. Yeah. But I mean, it's been fun, honestly, intentionally, like, self-sabotaging, not looking up anything. Yeah. This actually makes me want... I don't really want to play the DLC content, because the further I've gotten in the game, the more frustrated I've gotten. But I do want to experience it again with a new set of something else. So, for me, not playing any Souls games, I'd say that's already a win. Being able to re-experience a game is something I don't feel I can get often this day and age.
True.
That's true. So true.
Yeah.
Sounds like you kind of... Go on, Gazi.
I was going to ask if Llama ever touched any of it, or you never got the Elden Ring at all?
I did a few hours. I did like the first boss guy that I don't even remember. I mean, this was a little bit ago.
You have a horse and a giant lance.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, it was the horse giant lance guy, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Or maybe. Wait, no, that was the guy out in the field, right?
Yeah.
No, he smoked
First guy,
me.
you're like,
No, he smoked me. No, I was like, forget that guy. I went on to the one where you could get the summon dude if you wanted. You walk in and then it's on like just like a narrow path that you can fall off of. You can just straight up. He just like knocks you off half the time. Kept doing that. So I went. I beat him and then did a little extra stuff. I mean, it was fun. Like I say, it's one of those, like, I need to just go back and play through it because I really enjoy it. I really enjoy the games. I think they do a great job with them. And yeah, I don't know. I'd like to see, if I get to rage quit point. I've only rage quit once in my entire streaming career, I think, and it was playing Dota 2. And I was like,
that'll do it.
I streamed just like the tiniest bit of it, and I just got in a game with people just like arguing after like another bad game and flaming and sabotaging and running down middle, and I just got so mad. I was like, I'm done. Like, that's it.
That'd be a good discussion. What makes you rage more, Souls-like games or MOBAs?
People make me rage more than anything else. People throwing games and being poor sports. That's so much worse than anything you can.
There's nothing you can do about that.
Exactly.
There's literally
you can't get good at this person's awful personality or whatever. Like.
So before I started streaming, I played for a team called GPG in Dota 2, like an amateur league.
Nice.
So I played. It's like me and I think Karn from the PoE streamers that played Dota professionally, if you will, or MOBA. I'm not sure if there's any league players there. So, like, for me, when it comes to MOBA, it's just like I get to the point where now I'm mad, but the problem is it's projection mad. So you start like, this is because of that problem or that person, but you don't see your own mistakes. And if you just focus on yourself and do the game properly, you can still turn things around, but you need to do it well. But as soon as you get mad, that stops. Like, it's thrown out the window. It's the carry's fault. I saw him miss the last hit on the range creep. I just sacrificed 20% HP for him to get it. What are you doing?
Right.
You know? So, but no, Dark Souls games for me at least are way more rage-inducing than MOBAs. But I guess it depends on the experience you have with the game. If you're not a MOBA gamer originally, then MOBAs will.
See, I got lucky.
Blacken your heart.
I got lucky because I played the glory days of MOBAs. So it was before League of Legends was popular. Han was rising, and people didn't know about wards yet. I played Warcraft 3 Dota for 5 years. I play Warcraft 3 like Llama plays D2, basically. So I play all the custom games on there like crazy 24/7. And then when I finally, I took a break and I went to like League of Legends and stuff. Yeah, exactly. But and everyone's like, the whole map is warded 24/7. I'm just like, wow, it's not fun anymore. Like, what is this? Everything has to be warded. My God. So, got lucky.
Those really good days.
For me, in Dark Souls, it's always my fault. So I can't get mad because I'm the failure. I'm the failure. It's me who's made. There's very rarely a time where it's a bug or it's a combo that was impossible to get out of. Like, most of the time, it's just your own failing. But what if I told you I haven't really played any League or any of that? So
You're smart.
I don't know.
Stay away.
I just get annoyed with people.
Yeah,
Don't do it. Don't do it. Just stay away.
There's nothing to feel sorry about.
Well, I'll say, my experience as an MMO player, I hate people, so I get it. I feel you.
Yeah.
Then stay away, my child.
Yeah.
Whoever doesn't
Stay
heal
away.
the tank, same thing.
Yep. No, I am the healer, so I have to deal with the shit-ass DPS just going in, taking damage where they shouldn't, and not using their stupid abilities. Yeah.
DPS not CCing, same thing. No problem.
Yeah.
There's a clip of Asmongold saying Gassy sucks big dick. And he's
Oh.
Nice.
It's a sound alert to my stream. He was watching the highlight clips of hardcore rips in World of Warcraft. This is rogue named Gassy, my name with a different spelling, who didn't kick the mana burn, and half the group just wipes. But that got me thinking of the
rogue.
DPS not using their abilities.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, man. Good times. On another note, when it comes back to the ARPGs, there's two things happening. One right now, which is the for PTR for Season 5. And then the other one is 9th of July is the release of 1.1 Last Epoch, who had an announcement earlier today, right? I believe it was, yes.
Yeah, they just launched it, yeah.
Yeah, so let's start with Last Epoch before we occupy the rest of this with D4, I guess. DM, you watched the announcement, you read it. What's your
The trailer,
so
I poked through it. It looks pretty fun. I mean, the pinnacle boss is the thing I care the most about. I think another cool mechanic of like another crafting thing, cool, something to do. The Nemesis is sort of like the first sort of league mechanic is sort of what it looks like. It's their first iteration of like a mapping league mechanic, which in my opinion, Last Epoch needs pretty badly because I got bored of Last Epoch. It seemed like faster than most people. I did I think it was maybe 2 weeks of the launch, and then I rotated out of the category like a lot sooner than most people sat in there for a while. But I was just like, you know what? The game's cool, but like I'm not going to farm corruption. Like I'm not going to do that. I don't think it's particularly fun gameplay, and if I'm not having fun, I'm just not going to play it. I don't care if I need to stream it. Like I'm just not going to play something I legitimately don't enjoy, which is why I completely skipped Season 3 of Diablo 4. So, I just mostly care about if the pinnacle boss is well designed and feels impactful. There's a little bit of a lack in boss fights in Last Epoch for me to be memorable. Like the most arguable we could say for memory or memorable boss fight is maybe the giant crab dude. He like smacks down with his claws, right? And even then, I don't remember.
With the
Yeah,
laser?
yeah.
Yeah, okay, Lagon.
Yeah, you know, maybe he's the most memorable. But there's not really like super epic music. There's not really like voice lines that, you're not prepared or whatever. Like there's not really like super memorable voice lines. So the boss fights are kind of forgettable for me. It's like run around in a circle, dodge laser, etc. So for me, I'm mostly looking at, is this pinnacle boss fight feel like, oh shit, no, that's a boss fight? Because I think that that's kind of, for me, what's missing about Last Epoch is something that kind of exciting to do at the end. And then if the league mechanic is enjoyable, I didn't think the league mechanic looked like something that I was like super excited about. Kind of cool, a new way to empower. Probably a good league mechanic. Looks like a crafting related mechanic. So be it. But I'm mostly focused on the boss fight. What was your take?
I love it. I really do. They needed to get more replayable in-game content. So you have these eyes or whatever it is that you get from the timeline end-game bosses that will give you access to these uber end-game bosses, if you will, the pinnacle bosses. And you don't need to collect specific ones or a bunch of them. You get one no matter which timeline you are. So whatever you're farming for items in the timeline and with the corruption farming, you're guaranteed on the first one, and then any kills after that, you'll have a chance of dropping it. That gives you access. So the way they've done it is that you can get 10 of them, since there's 10 timelines, giving you 10 chances at fighting these pinnacle bosses, which gives you a lot of sets to learn the abilities, see if you need to improve your build, and learn the fights within 10 tries. And if you don't beat it in 10 tries, then you're still able to, farm another one. So I think they have a really cool set in that sense, plus the very first actual Cycle League season mechanic, right, with the Nemesis, which looks really cool. And they're also introducing a third faction system, which is helping the whole tedious process of the corruption pushing. So the more you farm up with that, which you can add on top of either Merchant Guild or Circle of Fortune, right? So you're able to engage with that in a way that makes the corruption farming more engaging together with this league mechanics. I'm actually very excited for the longevity of this cycle compared to last one, for sure. Have you checked it out, Llama, so far?
I have not seen the newest update piece there, but I do think that was also kind of a thought I had. I thought there needed to be more, just like something for the end game there, just more there. I mean, the game, the game's newer, and so it's kind of building it out. But I haven't looked at any of that update. I just saw it on my Discord, like, that they launched, but that was it.
That's fair. What about you, folks?
I didn't look at this update recently. I do usually follow Epoch pretty well. For me, I think it's kind of like a weird situation. I really like the foundation of the game, which I can say about a lot of things. I think they do a lot of things correctly. The weird part for me, though, is I almost feel like, it's a little off tangent, the leveling is too quick. So, like, you start grinding for your class, and that's good. You get to play with your abilities, and then usually you get your class, and then you get, like, some big powerhouse skill, and then, like, 30 levels go by, and you're at monoliths. And I definitely want more endgame for sure, because I want a reason to farm monoliths. I don't like the idea of, and I'm going to use Diablo 3 here as an example, infinite scaling greater rifts. That's kind of what monolith corruption is. Yep. That really just burns me off immediately. I like the shades that you fight in between. I think that's really fun. It's a nice kind of reset. I like the way they're doing it. I like pretty much everywhere the game is going. It's just still missing some oomph kind of for me. So I'm hoping that this, it picks up soon. As Llama said, it is newly released. They've been in development for a while, but newly released. So I'm hoping this starts to add towards that.
What about you, Belina?
So I'm gonna be honest. It wasn't until maybe the last patch that I had another good look at Last Epoch. And I'm also gonna be honest, I don't know what they're doing to update it right now. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. But I do know that I liked what I played last time that I played it. When I first played it, they didn't have any of the Circle of Fortune or any of that. There was none of that, so I wasn't in. But I agree that corruption doesn't feel like it's not a good enough end game, but I did find myself really pursuing the gear for each of my characters and pushing harder towards that, and that becoming my goal instead of finding this pinnacle boss, etc., which I thought, that kept me in the game longer than I thought it would. And considering there's no big end game yet. That was pretty good. So I look forward to what they're gonna do next, because I always say, like, I'm not an ARPG Andy. Path of Exile is just like I'm hooked. I'm addicted. It's what it is, right? So when other people show off ARPGs, I'm like, I don't know. But no, it's Last Epoch. It's really good. It's actually really good.
Yeah, they do a lot of things right.
It's way better than I gave it credit.
And you, DM? Any thoughts?
Well, like I mentioned, the Pinnacle boss is kind of like that's mostly what I'm focused on for it. I would just reiterate my point about, like, during the launch of it, I thought it was all right, but like I got bored at the end of it. So if the end of it is more enjoyable, then I'll enjoy it more. I liked it until I got to Monoliths, and then Monoliths basically lost me. I was just like, I'm not going to continue to do this. It just wasn't enjoyable for me. But up until then, I thought it was quite good. I also will do a shout out for its build diversity is kind of cool. Yeah. Like the ability to be able to respec your characters. I was coming off of the back of playing a lot of PoE. So build diversity is a thing, but not within the same character in PoE. So because of that, I could just have one paladin and, like, I'm going to try this, and then easily respec, and I'll try this. And I did like that. About Last Epoch was pretty accessible. So that gave me a little bit more time in the game than otherwise I would have played. I think if you couldn't respec or anything like that, the game would have been over pretty quickly for me.
That's fair. It's like you mentioned earlier as well. And I think that in general, the goal with this release, and my thoughts around that, or the information that we've gotten, is to tackle the end-game replayability and specifically the longevity of it. So that's kind of like my summarized thoughts, right? Similar to what you were talking again about, DM, about. Moving on from Last Epoch, however, launched 9th of July, by the way. Today, we had a release for Diablo 4 PTR for Season 5. Now, excluding the little house fire I had, I only had a couple of hours of it to play, but I'm assuming you all have been touching it today. Is that yes or no for anyone?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Okay. No.
Nope.
I haven't played Diablo 4 since it came out.
Oh, really? Wow. When did you lose the... So, when you were playing the game, when were you like, yep, that's the last time I'm logging in for a while? Like, when did that wall hit?
I was level 56. I was done with the game, and I said, this is it? Helltides? No. And I just... And Helltides and Tree? No. And not only that, I didn't really... I don't know, the world doesn't feel good. Like, that's the only way I can describe it, is the world doesn't feel...
It doesn't feel good.
...engaging, or, there's something... It's just, it feels kind of lifeless. So, it feels like there's no point to doing these endless Helltides or whatever to that effect. So, I haven't played... To be fair, though, it came out, I had a car accident, I was heavily concussed, so I wasn't giving anything the best review at the time. But I just haven't went back.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about that. It was crazy. I feel like the Season 4 was the best they've ever had. Like, it feels like every season the comment comes up with, this is how the game should have been on launch.
Except for 3, right?
Except for 3, yeah.
Yeah, 3 and 1 were kind of mid. Yeah. 2 with 2 people.
Whoever's working on the 2 and 4, 6, the even numbers, they've got they're better, right, with it.
I have a very different take, I think, on Diablo 4, and it's definitely more of maybe a controversial opinion.
Oh, hit us.
So I tried playing this latest season for about 15 minutes, and I uninstalled. Now, before I continue anything, I know the whole point of the season was to, like, redo, like, affixes, mainly scaled towards, like, mid and late game, so I didn't get into the juice of the season. It's more of a problem with, like, what games do nowadays, and kind of like Blizzard as well. I hate when, and this is where it gets weird, I hate when the beginning of the game is just, I don't care, number go up, get to end game. I want there to be, like, an impactful in-between. It's very important. And a lot of people compare this to PoE for me, because they're like, well, if you just make a second character and you wear a tabula rasa and all this leveling gear, and I'm like, yeah, but I don't. I genuinely enjoy playing a character, even if it's the same thing, and re-experiencing new stuff or the stuff again, only to make finer tuning adjustments to my build. But it just felt like in D4, The game started, I go to Helltides, I smash Pulverize, I'm level 50. And I'm like, but what about the in-between? So I just couldn't make it. So I'm not hating on the game necessarily, just more of like the way they speed up the leveling per se in the early game.
Hey man, you're speaking
I
my
kind of
language.
agree with that.
That's
No, I definitely agree with that a lot. It's like the whole approach that I feel like they've been doing is speeding up the process to get to 100. And ARPGs for me has always been, max level is an aspirational goal, right? DOE takes forever from 92 to 95, and after 95, it's like, wow, okay. And then Diablo 2, the Llama well versed in that. There's also it's a lot of grind to get to that level, and then, that's the same thing in many other games. Whilst in Diablo, it's like 15 minutes. That's level 100. Fully geared out. That's another 7.5 minutes, and then now you gotta fine tune it. That's another 6 minutes to do that. Now you can play the game. It just I like. That's something I really like with grinding gear games, where they have ARPGs are following checklists for power scaling. No matter how they want to present it, is it numbers or is it item level or whatever you want to call it, to increase your powers to defeat the next obstacle, next challenge, and rinse repeat this. What I like is being essentially distracted from the fact that we are, engaging with the literal definition of insanity, which is doing the same thing over and over again. We're being distracted from that with different mechanics and nice little covers. We don't really see that this is actually crazy. This is stupid, but we're enjoying it because we're distracted from that very fact. And I feel like Diablo is not very good at that. Not good at distracting us. So it ends up with it just being a checklist. All right, let's get to 100. Good. Let's get my glyphs up. Good. Let's get the gear. Good. All right, I need some better rolls on the legendary aspect. Good. Now I need a unique. Let's do that. That's my problem with Diablo 4 generally nowadays. So I was cutting you off, Lama. What were you saying?
Oh, sorry. I thought I muted, but I unmuted. I had to type really fast, so I thought I was muting myself, and that's my bad. Yeah, my bad there. No, so yeah, I mean, this is. I think you said it really well with kind of the distraction from the word insanity, the literal definition of it, right? I've beaten Diablo 2 tens of thousands of times, probably at this point. And why? Because the journey of playing through the game is fantastic. And go back and play through Diablo 1. The journey of playing through Diablo 1, getting to experience playing through it again is fantastic. And I feel like a lot of older games, that journey is more important and more valuable and more fun, plain and simple. And a lot of the newer, the more modern RPGs, as I define them, the experience generally is coming after that, right? It's get to 100. The campaign is whatever. The world is, it's like get to the max level really fast, and then the game opens up. Then the next, whatever, and that experience just gets worse and worse on the way there, and so they just cut it down more and more, and they're just like, here's a button to skip the story. Here's a button to do all this. Here's like, and so you start out and then you go in the Helltides and you just do the Helltides for 70 levels or whatever. And then, I don't even know what the best strategy is now for leveling to 100. I imagine it's go to Helltides till 70 and then run Nightmare Dungeons for the next 30 or something. That'd be my guess. But either way, it's like, that's not an experience. That's not like a fun, for me. For some people it is. For me, that experience is not worth anything. Almost. And so I'm with Pox. I'm like, I go in, I jump in the Helltide, and after 15 minutes I'm like, what am I doing?
I think an easy way to summarize this is, say Diablo 5 comes out right now and DM makes a video on it. Yeah. The number one most upvoted comment is, how is endgame? And there's nothing wrong with that comment. That's the thing. There's nothing wrong with it. But I do genuinely feel like a beginning journey is also important to be able to reach that end game, right? Like, I've played too many games where I'm just hoping end game is good.
Yeah.
Hoping end game my class is good, or whatever happens end game. But I also want the journey to be good. I remember like a lot of these games. I have so many like Super Nintendo games and Sega Genesis games, and so many of them, and obviously when I was a kid, very different expectation. But you just boot the game up, you play it, and that's it. There is no extra content. That's it. You bought the game, you play through it, and you're happy with it. So I think a lot of the time, for sure, they skimp out a lot on the beginning part and really hyper focus end game, which is a lot of the time a gamble if people even like it or not.
Yeah.
I will say this though, with like season 4, like I mentioned earlier, I think season 4 was the best they've ever had so far. My hopes as a gamer that like one of the blasters, if you will, like power through as much as I can, and I like min-maxing all that jazz. I'm not a casual gamer, and I don't think any of us are. I found myself wanting 1.5, maybe 2 weeks of enjoyment from the game. If I get that, I'm happy with D4. And I can say that even though I've criticized a certain aspect of it, I was happy with season 4. I got 2 weeks of actual genuine enjoyment, and I had a lot of fun.
That's good.
Problem was after 2 weeks, that enjoyment wasn't declining. It took a free fall. That was my only problem with it. And I hope that's going to be adjusted with season 5. But like I will say that I got personal enjoyment out of season 4, and I had a lot of fun with those 2 weeks. But I definitely understand the problem with it. But you know, with the early game, I do think that it kind of depends on which type of player base they're catering to, right? I mean, they want to cater to a more casual player base. They want to get to the end game aspirational content, so their process or their solution is to speed up that process getting there.
Yep.
If we agree
You're not wrong
to
at
it
all.
or not, I don't know. I don't like it, but it seems to resonate very well with the casual player base, and if that's the game, then that's the game. I guess
What
it's
I've
good
been
that we have something
hearing,
different.
so what I'm hearing from the people that didn't like playing Diablo 4 and stopped playing it was that the early game felt boring to you, and that what you wanted was a better progression from the start of the game until you get to the end of the game. We probably all agreed from the start that the end of the game wasn't there either. But for the points that I'm mostly hearing reiterated here is that you guys wanted the beginning of the game to feel better. My philosophy, or my guess on their philosophy of what they're doing, is they've heard this feedback, I believe, a number of times. So what they've thought is, we cannot redo the entirety of the level 1 to 100. The game is already made. That ship has sailed. So what we can do is add things on afterwards. So what we have to do is stop players like Pox and Mr. Llama from quitting the game and losing their audience retention. So let's shrink down that time. Yeah. So the amount of time that you're stuck there experiencing, like, I really like this, is so short that maybe you choose to blast through it anyway, and then they start adding shit into the end to maybe hook you back into the game. I think that's what they started doing.
But then
because
they just
basically
added greater rifts.
Yeah, I mean, they did that. The pit is, and a lot of people, myself included, didn't choose to push the pits a whole bunch. But the type of people that wanted to sit there and chase the gauntlet, etc., did then choose to chase the pit numbers, etc. I only went to like 80 something, and I was like, I'm good. Like, I'm not going to grind all these materials. I get what it is. But I think that's what they're choosing to do, because Season 5's main mechanic right now is it's a new rogue-like mode. I just tested it. I think it's very boring, if I'm being honest. Okay, but you can see what they're trying to do.
Oh, God.
It's unlucky. Okay, I think it's pretty boring. But, like, basically that's what they're trying to do, is add these extra game modes where they blow you through the part where everyone's quitting. Then they're like, now try out this. Now try out the pit.
Yeah.
Now try out, this road. They're trying to increase the length of time you guys are in the game by having, like, sort of like the check mark thing that Gazi was saying, like, do this and then do this and then do this. They're kind of inflating it that way.
I haven't touched the Infernal Hordes yet because I just got a couple hours in. I'm going to do it later. But I just got a little concerned when you said it was boring. Because I didn't like the pit either. I tried pushing it, stopped at 118, I think. But the problem was that the only thing I could do to go further was bug abuse Holy Bolt Elixir. And that's one of the things that made me hit that free fall situation 2 weeks in. But I definitely see what you're saying with introducing more game modes. Like we talked about earlier, or mentioned, with the idea of being distracted from doing the same thing over and over again. When you have a plethora of options of content to engage with, you don't really notice that you're doing the same thing over and over again. And I kind of like that myself.
I will say that my first week of playing D4, when it first released, the preseason, was my most enjoyable time, 100%. And then every time I played it past then, I just did not enjoy it as much. And part of that can be contributed to myself playing the same build, because usually when there's like a lot of variety, you can play the same thing and there's new stuff to experience or new things to play around. But I quite literally always played Druid every single time. It was a bit of a slog the first like little bit, And then later on, it wasn't that. I really thought it wasn't that bad, but then I just couldn't commit this latest season. That was about it. A little bit of self-sabotage, we could call it.
My peak was the launch of the game because it's hype and everyone's playing it and it's exciting and it's like, let's go, baby. We're going to be playing this new game. Like, we've all been waiting for Diablo. Let's play it. And then season 4. I thought season 4 was a lot better because I actually don't like leveling. Like, I liked the campaign, playing through the campaign. I thought the campaign was, like, pretty good the first time. I liked it. I don't want to do it again because of how fucking long it takes. And there's a lot of, like, quests where you're just sitting there, like, just fucking waiting on some goddamn snake or like a camo.
Suck.
Right. So, like, if they made me do the campaign on every new character, like, I'm not making 5 characters in a season literally ever. So I was glad that we don't have to do the campaign, though that's a mixed bag. Some people feel like they do, but I didn't really like the leveling process. So for season 4, when they shrunk down the leveling process and made the items like less stupid, where it's okay, I don't have to have this affix that's basically 16% of another stat that does something, which maybe applies some stupid bucket somewhere, and I'm supposed to like figure out all these equations. Like, I'm not going to do that. I want green number go up. It's Diablo.
Right.
So when they basically added green number go up with just damage percentage, oh, this one's bigger, then it was able to be a little bit more enjoyable for me with season 4. Season 5, I really, really, really hope, because this is PTR, this isn't the season release, I really hope that this roguelite mode goes through some pretty big changes. Unless I'm missing something, basically the roguelite bonuses are like, there's 5 waves, and every wave you get a choice between 3 different bonuses. And one of the bonuses, like, enemy mobs do 25% more damage, but the events spawn 50% faster. Or enemies get 25% more damage, but one of the events pulls in mobs to make it where they go. It doesn't pull in all mobs, just like 5 random ones or something just get pulled in. So I'm kind of like, okay. But I thought what it was going to be was like, enemies get stronger, but you have like a spinning orb that rotates around shooting death lasers.
Something
like,
dope,
it's not
yeah.
it's not that. It's like the enemies get 50% more HP, but now you get 3 more orbs at the end of it for reward points that you spend. Like, it's not really like super hype. It's just a room where things spawn.
And that feels like, honestly, all of the D4 seasons so far in terms of their like seasons, compared to when I see a Path of Exile season, I'm like, yo, like they have like such cool like mechanics and whole new things and all this stuff, and it's like, I could do what? And then the D4 seasons come and they're like, it's just gonna give you a couple more orbs, and you're like, that's what you do with this season? Like, it feels like they don't really try and push any like boundaries with it, I guess, or try and really create something new that's wild and maybe broken but could be fun in this crazy way. It's like they're so reserved. I mean, I felt that way with a lot of Diablo 4. A lot of things felt reserved, like they were always scared to take a chance and maybe like go too far, and so they just held it back and kept it all in check, and everything is very like standard and basic. And so far that's how all the like league mechanics have looked to me. None of them I haven't seen any of them and gotten super excited. I've just thought, that seems like a small ad, but when you have Path of Exile coming out with these insane leagues every 3 months, I feel like you have to be matching that at least, or getting close in some way to generate that same sort of hype within me where I'm actually like, this looks sick, you know?
Well, I think the biggest thing is Blizzard as a whole doesn't really like to take risks, where GGG is just like, yeah, let's just try this thing and see, and you know, people hated it, whoops, you know, like, they're just, and they'll take the best parts of it later and try to implement it into the game, like, oh, people did really like this part, right? So I just noticed that's something GGG has always been willing to just throw out a gamble on a league and hope it pays off, right? And sometimes it pays off big, and then sometimes you got like Calandra, which I like.
Or even this last league, fun. Like, wasn't Necropolis League literally the least? It's the actual least audience retention ever. I know they kind of saved it at the end, but like, it was
it's
pretty bad.
A mess. It has so many different problems in it, which just compounds it to be the worst league, right? Like the
Worst is
T17s.
big words.
Wasn't
I mean,
it
you've been there to
statistically worse?
315 and 319. I'm just saying.
I've
Worst
been
league,
there
that's a
through.
good question.
No, the worst league, 100%, hands down. You cannot take it away from me. It's Talisman League. Okay, you can't at me. I played that shit. It was the most garbageous league that ever existed. The fact that talismans are still in the game is the most mind-blowing nonsense league thing to still be in the game. I don't care that I can get quant on my necklace, all right? I don't want this garbage to drop on the ground anymore.
Did you use a talisman in Talisman League? And that's a really random question.
Oh, yeah, I did at the time.
I like Talisman, but I liked it back then. I don't care for it now, if that makes sense. Like, back then it fit.
Wait,
I logged into my
the
character.
league
and
itself?
I don't really remember the league. Didn't we? How do we? Okay, maybe not the league. Maybe I just liked the talismans. I forgot. You had to like 5-to-1 them constantly or something.
Yeah, so
really dumb. Okay,
4
not that
ranks
part.
of talismans, 4 ranks of talismans, 5 T1s to make 1 T2, 5 T2s make T3, 5
Okay, yeah,
to make
no, I don't
1
think
T4.
so.
Not only that, to get Rigwald, you had to spawn the talisman little circle didn't always spawn in your map, so we always used to just go and redo ledge until it came up in a ledge. It was so nonsense. I have a deep hatred for talisman.
Sounds like I'm lucky I wasn't around for that one.
Oh, there's a lot of disliked leagues.
Well, I mean,
a lot
there
of
was
failures, but a lot of good success leagues as well. Like,
lot of
that really hit the spots.
Yeah.
Here's a random one. Rampage. You just run fast, bro.
But that
was like one of the
years
first
ago.
leagues, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah.
It was. They were
actually
just
kind of funny,
trying
though,
it, you
right?
know?
That's when they were building this idea and started bulking up the content.
Exactly.
They were in the starting pits, you know?
Yeah.
And Diablo 4 has had, you know, many years of experience with Diablo 3 and, you know, a much bigger company behind it. But like I've talked about this before, and what I usually say is that it would be fun to see them say, hey, we're gonna invest a lot of money and a lot of time and dev time in this and make, you know, do these things and make it bigger and better. But that's going to be a lot of investment. So the problem with a company of that size is that if they were to pitch that to say, we're going to do this, you know, we're going to see a lot of investment, a lot of money lost for the next 2 quarters, but the 3rd quarter or 4th quarter, it's going to explode. The shareholders would literally sue them.
They would riot and
it
sue
will
them.
never happen.
Yeah.
It would literally be the
Short-term
case.
gains.
They're like,
So,
no,
because
we need...
you know, it's more important what the dollar value of the company is for the next quarter than it is for on the 4th quarter. And that's kind of putting them in this situation where they have to cater to the 99% player base because that's where the players are. And that's also really funny because a lot of people say, oh, Diablo 4 is dead and whatnot. But, you know, they have more concurrent players playing, not Steam, of course. It's a very small fraction, on the last week of a season than Path of Exile or any other RPG that we play has on their launch day.
Yeah.
Because of the casual players. There's
so many casual players, man.
I mean, D4, you log in, you're ready to go blast. D4 or PoE, you're a casual player. You come back from work, you log in, you open up a map, you get one shot. It says Resurrect. So, like, from that, you know, perspective, it feels good about them. They're smashing through hordes of monsters. They don't need a Wikipedia. They're not following the path of building. They're just, you know, they're just smashing mobs, right? And at the end of the day, most people are playing ARPGs to kill mob, number go up. I feel better about myself and move on.
And that's why I said I think Diablo 4 is not a bad game, but I think it's just not my game. You know,
it's marketed differently.
It's marketed.
Your game
to the other
is
player.
Llama RPG.
My game's Llama RPG.
Yeah, get it
That's
on.
right.
Steam.
That's right. Wishlist now. Link in chat.
Now available.
Description.
Very important. So the PTR. Sorry, go ahead.
Now go on, guys.
No, the PTR so far just launched today. It's gonna be fun to see, you know, go through the feeling of season 5 from in the coming days and see how it feels. I want to try out the Infernal Horde, see if I agree with you there, and then obviously provide feedback, and we'll see what the end result is with the changes coming in when all things come to an end, right? And the release is actually coming around the corner. It's gonna be fun to see what the actual end result will be, because you know it's PTR. It's there for a reason. And hopefully that'll be providing them enough feedback and they have enough time to adjust things accordingly, so that the game can cater to not just the 99% player base, but also the, well, I guess streamers, but like the blasters.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I want, the balance between the two.
Well, I think that pretty much wraps up all the topics that we have here. So to close it out, let's do this. I want to ask all of you guys your favorite game of all time, and it cannot be Path of Exile, you know, Diablo 2. It can't be Mr. Llama RPG. You gotta have your favorite game of all time, and I will start. And I won't even do RuneScape because that's the one I always pull out. All right, I'm gonna say Subnautica for this one, because for me, if I had to recommend one game to somebody to play, I actually think it would be Subnautica, because I think it's the safest pick for anyone, like no matter what game they like, to probably enjoy it. So I'd start with Subnautica. Let's go to Ghazi, then Pox, then Vel, then Mr. Llama.
Wow. Jesus.
On the spot.
On the spot. I mean, I got 3 games in mind.
Did you just pick WoW? Is that what I heard? No.
Yeah. Well, that would be one, but it's more like nostalgic. Like, it was fun at the time, so I wouldn't say the greatest game of all time. And I can't say that with Dota, the same thing there. So I guess I would have to land on Tibia.
Tibia?
Yeah. Which came out half a year before RuneScape. So.
Wow.
That's
been
a
around for a
throwback.
little longer.
Old school. I mean, I can't say D2, which is the obvious. I feel like I can't say StarCraft because that's also in my name. So I'm going to toss that. I'm going to go with Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. I absolutely just fell in love with that game, even more so than the newer one. Tears of the Kingdom was like, I struggled. I didn't like as much the like mechanics with the control, you know, whatever, the stuff where you're like putting the things together. It was like too tedious. Yeah, it was too tedious, all the building. I was like, I don't want to build all this stuff. But Breath of the Wild was just, I thought it was the best open world game that I've played in a long time like that, and it just fit perfectly. I just love it. I just think it's a game I want to go 100% one day and just run around like a madman. Fantastic.
Vel?
God, it could be so many games, but I'm just gonna go with my number one. It's Morrowind. Morrowind's the greatest game ever made.
It's a good one.
I've never in my life experienced something so open and so freeing. I played 400 hours and I didn't even start the first quest, because the first quest was like, you start a pilgrimage and you go into the mountains. So you want to go off, I think they said east or something like that, and look for these 2 mountains. That was 500 pages ago in my journal. I don't know where east is, right? Like I don't know. It was just so, the level of exploration and like, I don't know if anybody's played it. One of the first things you do is like some woman tells you, oh, I got a rat in my pillow room. Can you kill it? And you're like, yeah, sure, I'll kill it. Hardest rat in the history of rats. Okay, that rat will kill you. Apparently you don't know how to swing a sword at the beginning. So it's just like, it's so many things. It's so fun. I love it. I love it.
Good choice there.
Pox, you're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I was lagging before. So I'd say for me, my choice would be Warcraft 3 custom games, but that's not like a specific game.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would say Donkey Kong Country 2. Favorite soundtrack of any game, and just super nostalgic for me.
Bangers.
I like how
Are you a
everyone
Diddy or
agrees that we're
Dixie
like just
player?
showing our age to everyone.
I'm a Diddy Kong.
Diddy?
Yeah.
But Dixie's got the hair. she's got the hair, the easy travel.
No, I don't know.
That's crazy.
The water level sound in Donkey Kong Country,
Phenomenal.
Very
That's literally
relaxed.
like my number one YouTube search is like DKC space OST space water.
For me,
enter.
For me, it's actually, you know, the like bramble patch with the bees in that one. Yeah, that's the music I listen to on a lot when I get ready and stuff. Is that Bramble
When it
Patch
comes
with
to
the beat? It's so
music.
good.
Like music-wise, all I think about is like Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy.
Final
Oh,
Fantasy
yeah.
VII soundtrack's very good.
Never
Just
played
like
that.
on the piano.
Never played?
Never played the Final Fantasy
I've never
VII.
played
People
Final
are always
Fantasies
like,
either. I'm with you.
really?
What?
Okay, so at least there's someone else out
Everybody's always like, "How have you not played any of them?" I'm like, I know. "There's like
Yeah,
too
so
many
you get
that
it
I'm like
too.
overwhelmed. There's so many." And everybody's like, "Start with 10. No, start with 7. No, you have to start."
No. You start with
No,
one.
forget
and you
that.
You
stop
start
at
with
X2.
1,
Ew.
and then you skip
No,
2
you
and
don't
3,
start with
and then
1.
you. Yeah, it's.
So the thing is, Square
It's-
Enix, they showed that they would rather make movies than games,
Yeah.
and this is becoming more and more pressing. So after the follow-up to 10, so X2, after that, it's more movies than games. So
Okay.
play one up to that point.
Okay.
I have a theory.
Oh, show me that again.
What
I
is
was
it?
gonna say I have a theory from
Oh,
when
yeah.
I was a kid, all my games I played a lot have a crack. You see this crack?
Oh yeah, we all have that. Yeah.
yeah.
I have a theory that all my really good games, well, that have a case, have a crack on them because I'd get so excited I'd run home from school or like run back from wherever and I'd step on the case as I'm going, right to the PlayStation to play it. So that's just how it is for me.
Every case, we all have that case with the crack.
I'm
Everyone.
curious. Is that the new CD or is it the 7 CD pack?
This is the triple C. This is a very old school one. So it has
This
like
old.
Nice.
yeah, it has
Yeah,
like
all
this
the
All
thing.
the The triple pack.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
then you got the other
Yep.
ones right here.
Yep.
This is the old school one.
We all
Oh,
have
yeah.
those old. Oh yeah. That's
Oh,
beautiful. Fox, you got
Didn't
so many.
Diablo 2,
You got the Super Nintendo, all this stuff.
I have a wall of my Super Nintendo and my Sega games like right behind
Hell
me,
yeah, that's
so
awesome.
Nice.
I love old
Didn't
school
Diablo
consoles.
2 have a lot of CDs as well?
Yeah, you had the install disc, the cinematics disc, and then the play disc.
Cinematics disc.
And then your
Oh.
LOD as well. And whenever you went to install, you'd have, and keep be like, pull out this disc. Please put this disc in. Pull this disc
please
out.
insert
put this.
disc
You had to
2.
keep swapping the disc as you were installing. God, it was so annoying.
Yeah, the hope it doesn't like corrupt or something.
Right,
You
I
have to
mean,
do the
like,
whole thing all
Jesus.
over again.
Such
Remember
an
doing that
annoying
for Star
process.
Wars Galaxies, and it had like
Yep.
18
so
fucking
good.
discs or something. It's like, oh my god.
I remember having 2 memory sticks in the PlayStation to save the game on both sticks in case one would get corrupted.
Wow.
Oh, that's 900.
I never
I
did
never
that.
had a corrupted memory card.
Dang, mine never corrupted though. But
Ooh.
wow, that's big. That's big
Yeah.
brain.
I had one corrupted once, and I started doing that after. I lost like 300 hours of Final Fantasy VII. I was playing like 2-3 a.m. school day. I hear this thunderous sound of stomps coming from the bedroom next door. It's my my mother's partner, my stepdad. He slams open the door. He's fucking naked, by the way. I'm trying to save. I've been running to the save point, and he just looks at me dead in the eye, like my soul just died. And he clicks the power
No!
button as I'm saving.
Oh,
As you're saving, he
No.
clicks
For a
it. Oh.
I had a very similar experience. If I was playing Phantasy Star Online on the GameCube in a motorhome. We were in a motorhome, like kind of traveling some states. And it was one of these old beater motorhomes with like the CRTV. So I had the GameCube plugged into the one on the front.
Yep.
And we pulled up to the gas station. My dad's like, I got to turn off the thing. We have an alternator problem. I'm like, okay, I'm in the middle of saving. Just give me like 5 seconds, dude. Like it's literally doing the spinning beach ball, I need 5 seconds here. And he just like clunk, turns it right off, and it like straight up ruined my Final Fantasy Star off of GameCube. So
Bro, parents
Alright, well,
never
there goes that week.
understood. I hated
Actually,
it. They
have
never
Fantasy Star
understood
too.
needing to save the game really fast. Like, just
Oh,
give me
yeah.
a minute. Oh my god.
yeah.
Actually, let me check mine. You guys continue.
All right.
Trip
Where do
down
you guys think
nostalgia.
Pox is going? Is he going down nostalgia lane to grab another like
Yeah, he's
cover of
gonna
a
go
video
grab
game here?
all
Oh,
his.
big time.
He's gonna come
with
back
those
with
games.
all,
Yeah, like the floppy disk where you had to use like 10 of them to install a game.
I did used to have these big bricks just full of floppy disks back in the day. And some of them weren't even labeled, and it's like, I don't know what this does,
Yeah,
but
Let's
Is
see
it a
if
floppy
yeah.
disk box?
No, so this one's kind of fucked up because I got it later, but this is what DM played. I'm pretty sure Fantasy Star
That's
Online.
Oh, I
literally
played
exactly
that.
yeah.
Oh,
I got scammed because I went to rebuy this, and they gave me disc number 3, which is a card game. It's not, and when I was a kid, I didn't know that. So I was like, "What do you mean?" I thought you like walk around and you hit stuff. No, it's like a card
I loved
version.
the third one.
Well, I was a kid and I wanted to play the version that I bought. You know,
That's fair. I mean, understandable.
Yeah. No, I also, man, I forgot all the old classics like Gauntlet, Dark Legends.
Oh, I mean, that's just Jesus.
Man.
Gauntlet Legends.
Dark Legacy, not Legend.
Dark Legacy, yeah.
Legacy, yeah.
Gauntlet Legends, Dark Legacy, so freaking sick. What a game.
That got me
first
like
of the arcade.
PlayStation. That got me thinking of Titan Quest. I played that on PlayStation 2, I believe. And the Titan Quest
coming out again.
It's
they're
they're
remastering it, right?
Yeah, I'm so excited.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah,
cool. Are they doing Titan Quest 2? Is it a new one?
Titan Quest 2.
It's a new one, right? Yeah, that's right.
It's a new one, yeah. So I played Titan Quest on the PlayStation, but that was 15 years ago. So I'm super excited for that. So, back on the ARPG trend, but it's going to be fun to see Titan Quest.
Yeah.
Good trend.
Gauntlet also that was the arcade game too, right?
Gauntlet Legends was the one you go to the barcade and...
Yeah. That's the one where you hear, Blue Wizard needs food badly.
Oh, I love it.
It's that one.
Love that. Yeah, and there's all sorts of stuff with it. But yeah, it's the one you play in the arcade, but also they have it on N64, on PlayStation, on whatever.
GameCube and
GameCube.
Funny story, on PlayStation 2, if you get a power-up, you have to use it. On GameCube, because there's more controls on the controller, you could save it and go back to your default attack.
Really?
Anyway,
Interesting.
Yeah, I didn't know that as a kid. I had no idea. I was like, why does it keep using the hammer right away?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the
Hang on
arcade
to that
just
knowledge.
uses it immediately too.
One day you're gonna win at some random trivia game. Is gonna come up in a bar someday, and they're gonna be like, ask that exact question.
Yep.
100% I'm ready.
That's always good.
All right, boys. Well, I guess that's probably about time. So I won't take all your day here. So we've been going for about an hour and 45 minutes. So thanks all coming to the podcast. We'll have a link down below in Ghazi's video YouTube description for a link to everyone's channel, as well as to LLAMARPG Farm to Fable.
Nice.
Correct?
Yes.
I got the whole. All right.
Nailed it.
I'll check my PayPal. All right. Any last closing comments? Anyone got anything to say at the end here? Last things you want to talk about or anything before we close it on
D4 bad, D4 dog shit. Sorry.
Oh no.
I want to say D4 mid good. Between D4 mid and good.
D4 not my
It's probably good.
I got a counterweight here.
D4 mid.
All right.
Sorry.
We have a good, we have a dog shit, and we have a mid. So we got all the field covered.
I'm sorry.
Thanks for coming out, everybody, and yeah, see you guys later.
Bye. All right, GG. We did it.
Like I'm trying not to shit on the game because I actually enjoyed season 4. I don't mind criticizing, right? I feel like I criticize a lot, but like I actually had fun for 2 weeks, so I'm
good.
I guess I'm satisfied for now.
I only said it because I barely played it at all, so I'm able to. Right? I have no experience in it, so technically I could just be lying.
Good rage bait.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
That's true.
Exactly.
It's not us that has to deal with it. It's Ghazi's video that's gonna have to deal with all.
Exactly. This is Ghazi's problem now. So.
You know what? Yeah, exactly. A lot of people are gonna be like, "I can't believe she said that." Oh, I'm gonna, and you're gonna get so many little comments.
Get
it's
the
gonna
little
be great.
comments on it. It's great. Who is she? I hate her.
I hate her.
All right.
All right. So now that we're done with the podcast, the next topics are politics, religion, every possible controversial latest drama.
Let's do this.
You guys ready?
Politics, religion. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
How do you guys feel about Jerusalem?
Oh boy, right into
it. It is
Yays
dad
and nays.
o'clock. So I'm gonna go take care of my baby. I'll let you guys talk about your
That's
Jerusalem
how you empty out the room, ladies and gentlemen. The call is now over.
Christianity and Trump. So you guys enjoy that, and I'm gonna go.
Thank you guys so much for having me.
Thanks for having us, guys.
All right. Bye, everybody.
See you guys. Peace. Go here. Um. Huh. Jeez, why is this link so long and awful? Alright, let me just LLAMARPG. Thank you. Is my baby called D2? Baby Lilith. It's kind of D2. No, it is time to go to the baby. So GG everybody. Thank you all for helping out, for testing a little bit more. We'll be back on Thursday with Diablo 2. We'll be doing a hell concentration barb. So I will see you guys then. Mwah! Kisses to you all. Peace.